Likomanis. Can we all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and or meditation? Thank you very much. May all be seated. Premier, we don't have Msolana in the house. We have Honorable Msimang. Good morning, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, members of the executive, leaders of political parties, the Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, leaders of parties, members of the provincial legislature, our guests, the people of Gauteng. We are all welcome, including our officials from GPG as well as from the Gauteng provincial legislature. We are all welcome. We have received apologies. Honorable, I think it's Sirota, who was going for late arrival, as well as Honorable Nkosi Malubane, who's going to leave early to attend to the NCOP meeting. Honorable members, there will be members that are going to be joined virtually as they were approved. I'm sure you can notice that both the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip have closed their mouths as well. You will recall that 3 years ago, on the 21st, our President of the Republic of South Africa announced that our country was going to be shut down because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I wish to indicate that COVID-19 has not disappeared from our environment. Already I know of 3 people that are not well. Some of them are not even members of the Gauteng provincial legislature. I'm just mentioning this. So we want to urge, although we have not received a formal report either from the Premier or from the MEC for Health, but I know that many of our people are also having flu as the winter season is kicking in, and including myself in the past week, I think I was not well. The Chief Whip is aware of that. So we want to urge you to take care of yourselves. I'm sure the flu vaccinations are now on the I know that many pharmaceutical companies have been calling for people to come and vaccinate for flu, but ensure that you take care of yourselves, including your family members and those that you work with, because on a daily basis as members we interact with members of the public, but also let's ensure that we urge them to also take care of themselves and their families. Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you very much to all of you because of the submission of the declaration of interest. I know that a number of our colleagues called me in the past week during the weekend to say that they were having challenges in terms of logging in using SAP. But I want to actually encourage members, don't wait for 11th hour, because at times the system might be locked because of over usage. But on Monday, the 20th, including on the 21st, we managed to actually assist a number of colleagues to be able to submit their declarations. The other issue is a request made by the pension fund. I think we'll be sending an email. Please do take care of the email. We urge all members to fill in the funeral benefit form. The advantage of putting that or of submitting that funeral benefit form, is for you to indicate that in the event of you passing away, we do have a person within your family or your colleagues. I know that Honorable Lima has appointed me as a beneficiary, so I will be able to, or including Kanyile, so that I can apply for your funeral benefits. Because if you don't do so, that benefit goes to the estate and it will take time to be cleared, and you might end up not having, or your family members not having monies to bury you, and it will be a sad day, Honorable Dong. So please do so. In the event there's a challenge, please feel free to talk to either myself or the Chief Whip, because we are all trustees in the pension fund. Honorable members, I also want to deal with the issue that was raised in one of the sittings, where there was an allegation around the issue of the Deputy Speaker, who was said to have used wrong language in the House. And you will recall that because I could not hear her, and I asked her a direct question, and she disputed that she used the wrong language. And I made a promise that we will go and investigate and come back to this House. Indeed, we did go back to investigate. Unfortunately, because the mic was off, we can't pick up anything. And the reason also is being that at the time of that incident, or alleged incident, there was a lot of noise. Hence, in the Hansard, we are picking up noise. You can't even hear the words that are used. So I want to urge members that, when there are challenges in the House, afford us an opportunity to hear what is happening, because when you debate amongst yourself, there's a lot of noise, there's nothing that we can hear, and you'll end up blaming presiding officers that we are not defending you. Therefore, that matter will be closed. It's not going to be open again because it's beyond our control now. Thank you very much. Those are the only announcements that I have. Let me check is there any other announcement from any other member of the provincial legislature? Honorable Premier.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and members of the House. I want to announce that at 5:45, the national team, Bafana Bafana, will be playing Liberia, and we want to wish them well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that is progressive. I thought we were going to say you'll be playing Honorable Premier. But thank you very much. Let's put our national team in our prayers for them to actually win the game. Thank you very much. If there are no other announcements, let me go to issues of the member statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. Statements by members of the Executive Council, there is none. In terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, member statement by members, starting with Honorable Mukhali.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Rule 81.1, I, Refilwe Mukhali of the ANC, tabled the following member statement on the handling over of houses by the ANC-led government, provincial government. Madam Speaker, integrated human settlement and land release is one of the key priorities of the growing Gauteng Together, the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government roadmap towards the 2030. Through this priority, the ANC seeks to, 1, provide modern human settlement solution for Gauteng residents, expand and support the rental market in the township, and as part of closing the housing gap while seeing housing an economic enabler. Building integrated smart human settlement and ensure access to economic opportunities, transport nodes, and social amenities, and lastly, accelerate rapid land release across the city region and use necessary political and legal instruments to ensure compliance. We commend the ANC-led Department of Human Settlement and Infrastructure Development for their effort in helping and realization of the ideals of GGT 2030 roadmap. In this current month, the department handed over RDP houses in Lethabong, Sebokeng, in the Sidibeng district. The houses which were handed to the elderly form part of the total project size of 2,888 units, of which 1,588 are RDP houses. The department further handed over more than 400 units in the Clayville mega housing project in Tembisa. Eguruleni, where beneficiaries included women and people living with disabilities. We applaud the department for further ensuring that local SMEs form part of the project. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Paladi Dikhamela.
In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, nna mohlomphegi gadi ngaka Dikhamela of the lekgotla le legologolo la batho la go buša ka tetla tables the following member statement on quality healthcare in Gauteng, delivery of quality healthcare in Gauteng. Madam Speaker, early this month, the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government Askies. Madam Speaker, early this month, the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government through the Department of Health and Wellness opened an alternative building technology ward at the Tembisa Provincial Tertiary Hospital. The ward, which was opened in an effort to relieve overcrowding challenges, has a capacity of 36 beds and is already relieving pressure at the hospital's accident emergency unit. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that Gauteng has the highest population in the country. The province is also affected by illegal immigration, which causes serious challenges in the provision of services. The Department of Health and Wellness should be applauded for all the efforts it puts into ensuring that, despite the ever-increasing challenges, it continues to make significant progress to provide quality health care to the people of Gauteng. Recently, Mr. Zonwabele Chayana, a social activist, wrote, open quote, came to this government clinic to conduct training on clinic governance. I had a chat with the podiatrist on site asking for advice on how to remove ingrowing toenails. She offered to help remove them right there. I honestly wasn't aware that some of our Tshwane clinics have such services permanently. I'm impressed. This is not a community health center, it's a mere primary health care center, yet they have dietitian, clinical psychologist, dentist, podiatrist, physiotherapist, optometrist, occupational therapist, and audiologist, and so forth. Close quote. Madam Speaker, it is clear, like this acknowledgement by Mr. Chayana, that shows that indeed the ANC-led government has a good story to tell. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ndlovana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Honorable Gogo Ndlovana of the ANC, tables the following member statement on the collapse of service delivery in the Tshwane Metropolitan Council. Madam Speaker, the ANC wishes to express its deep concern at the collapse of the service delivery in the city of Tshwane, which we also know as the country administrative capital. Our country's second largest metro council has been dodged by financial irregularity, mismanagement, and poor service delivery on levels not seen before. It has taken the DA-led coalition only 7 years from 2016 to put the council into a state of administrative ruin. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of those who might not be aware, that the Auditor General report irregular expenditure, mismanagement, and fruitless, totaling over an excess of 12 billion. Under the DA-led coalition, the municipality has regressed for the worse beyond the unprecedented instability of governance inexperience in this metro. Madam Speaker, please allow me to give a practical, real-life, first-hand effect of what the DA misgovernance in the Tshwane Metro means. I recently visited the following areas: Sokhulumi, Skirlek, and Mooiplaas. These areas, Madam Speaker, have not had water for 3 to 4 months. The residents of these areas get water from the water tankers and come on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. And if you miss the truck on any of these days, it means you won't have water at all. Despite houses in Sokhulumi having the water pipes connected and the bare holes in some, there is no water flowing through the pipes. Contractors...
Honorable members, please. Honorable Msimang, please.
Contractors that are contracted to deliver the water
Honorable Msimang, please.
To the community at all due to non-payment by the Tshwane municipality. The road infrastructure network are equally bad, reflecting the poor condition the metro is subjecting to the community to. Madam Speaker, it is our duty to ask the tough questions where appropriate for the disadvantaged who cannot ask the question themselves. Why is it that only the black communities are experiencing such gross services delivery failures? Kidula lebona ke a leboga.
Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable Msimang, please. Honorable Khumalo, please. Can you allow Honorable Ndlovu?
Speaker, in
Msimang,
accordance with
Honorable
Rule
Msimang.
81, subsection 1, I,
Honorable members,
Ndlovu of the ANC.
Honorable Ndlovu. Ema kancane. Honorable Malima, Honorable Nkosi Malubane, please. Honorable Ndlovu.
Madam Speaker, 21 March 2023 marked 63 years anniversary since the killing of 69 people at Sharpeville on the 21st March 1960 during a protest against the oppressive past laws. The leaders of the barbaric, illegitimate, and man-eating apartheid government thought that by brutalizing innocent people at Sharpeville, they will obliterate the genuine struggle for liberation of South Africa. Little did they know that the bloodshed in Sharpeville will mark the watershed moment to help bring democracy to South Africa. Thinking and borrowing the words from the late freedom fighter, Comrade Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu, their blood indeed nourished the tree that bore the fruits of freedom. Speaker, Sharpeville massacre highlighted the brutality of the apartheid government and its commitment to violation of the human rights of black people. To acknowledge the heroic role played by the people of Sharpeville, the late former President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela signed the Constitution into law in Sharpeville on the 10th of December in 1996. Similarly, the ANC-led democratic government declared the 21st of March the Human Rights Day to commemorate and honor those who fought for our liberation and the rights we enjoy today. Madam Speaker, our freedom came at a very high cost. Blood was shed and lives sacrificed, and as such, I want to emphasize that human rights come with responsibilities, and we all have the responsibility to build a united society that respects the rule of law. Remoho, we are working together with the communities. Angizibongele, Speaker.
Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Madam Speaker, it is very worrying that the Kempton Park Hospital is now being used as a venue for airsoft games. On Sunday, the 26th, yet another airsoft game took place at this abandoned hospital for 200 players. Each player was charged between 200 and 400 rand. The Democratic Alliance previously asked questions about this issue to the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development. According to the department, no authorization has been given for this activity to take place at the hospital. Furthermore, the department has never received any remuneration for such activity. However, it is alleged that an individual from the department has given authorization for these games, and this official has been receiving this money. The DA is requesting that an investigation urgently be launched into this matter, as this points to corruption within the department. The outcome of this investigation must be made public, and if it is indeed found that an official is pocketing the money for the airsoft games, then they should face the full might of the law. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Diaga.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 21st of March 2023, Uganda's parliament passed a law making it a crime for a person to identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. This bill goes beyond merely outlawing same-sex relationships and marriages. It outlaws merely identifying as LGBTQ+. This extremely draconian law targets an array of activities such as supporting or funding LGBTQ rights organizations, including a ban on promoting, abetting homosexuality, and invoking the death penalty in cases involving aggravated homosexuality. The Democratic Alliance condemns this inhumane law that contravenes established international and regional human rights standards. This is an unwarranted assault on the fundamental rights of the Uganda's LGBTQ community. It will strip the community in Uganda of their humanity by criminalizing them and ultimately denying them services and access to healthcare, education, housing, and protection by the police. This deeply repressive legislation institutionalizes discrimination, hatred, and prejudice against the LGBTQ people, including those perceived as LGBTQ+. According to the advocacy group Sexual Minorities of Uganda, in February alone, more than 110 people in Uganda reported incidents including arrest, sexual violence, evictions, and public undressings. The DA stands in solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community of Uganda in its struggle for justice and upholding their human rights. Subsequently, we implore the South African government to do the same. This hate bill is repugnant and immoral and must be challenged by any means necessary. We cannot allow silence and inaction from our government. The Ugandan government must therefore be harshly condemned for disregarding many of its people's fundamental human rights and their dignity at whim. No one should be attacked, imprisoned, or killed on the basis of who they choose to be, particularly when it criminalizes consensual same-sex adult relationships. We therefore call on President Museveni not to promulgate the bill into law. This will be devastating results for the country's LGBTQ+ community. Thank you.
Honourable Khatebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, we would like to indicate to this House and the resident of Gauteng that women and girls' children are not yet safe in this province. This follows a disgraceful murder of Sonia Madume Mukalapa, a daughter to EFF RCT member Portia Mukalapa in Davidton, Ekurhuleni. The EFF calls on the MEC for Community Safety as well as the Gauteng subs to speedily resolve the murder case and apprehend the perpetrators of this disgraceful and barbaric crime. We would like to call on the law enforcement agencies to attend to this crime as a matter of agency. The same way both the MEC for Community Safety and the incompetent Minister of Police, Peggy Cele, responded to the fake news of the bombing of a certain soap's house. A hooligan who terrorizes our African brothers and sisters. Minister azakhale nje for ukuthi inja igubhe umgodi. We call on the MEC for Community Safety and the Gauteng subs to attend to this gruesome murder case, the same way they harassed and raided the family home of the EFF Provincial Secretary in Gauteng, Commissioner Moshekom. Their boots must now be on the ground and speedily arrest the culprits of these gruesome murders. They must never complain about the shortage of staff and cars, because we now know that South Africa has enough resources, and this power of force was displayed during the national shutdown last week. May the soul of Sonia and all the people who died, the women who died in South Africa, rest in peace. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Makwala is not here. We're going to jump him. Thank you very much. In terms of Rule 120, can I call upon the Chief Whip to present a motion without notice? Where's the Chief Whip now?
Yeah? Have you called me? Sorry.
What about you?
Motion without notice?
Motion without notice.
Yeah.
Oh, are you the Chief Whip now?
All right.
Can I be assisted, Deputy Chief Whip? Okay, let's listen to this one.
I, Patrick Atkinson, MPL, table the following motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. On the 21st of March 2023, Uganda's parliament passed a law making it a crime to identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and queer. Noting that this bill goes beyond merely outlawing same-sex relationships and marriages, it will be the first law to outlaw merely identifying as LGBTQI. Ugandan LGBTQI persons already face legal discrimination and mob violence. The bill comes into conflict with Uganda's own constitutional provisions stipulating equality and non-discrimination for all, and further contravenes the country's international legal obligations on human rights and political commitments. This extremely draconian law seeks to do the following amongst others. Individuals or institutions, including healthcare workers and human rights defenders, which support or fund LGBT rights activists or organizations, will also face prosecution and imprisonment. Media groups, journalists and publishers face prosecution and imprisonment for publishing, broadcasting or distributing any content that advocates for gay rights or promotes homosexuality. The death penalty for what is described as aggravated homosexuality, that is, sexual abuse of a child, a person with a disability or a vulnerable person, or in cases where a victim or homosexual assault is infected with a lifelong illness. This deeply repressive legislation institutionalizes discrimination, hatred and prejudice against LGBTQI people, including those perceived as LGBTQI. According to the advocacy group Sexual Minorities Uganda, in February alone, more than 110 LGBTQI persons in Uganda reported incidents, including arrests, sexual violence, evictions, and public undressing. We believe that, number one, this bill is abhorrent and goes against the very fabric of protection, support, and respect of human rights. The Democratic Alliance, number two, Democratic Alliance condemns this draconian law that contravenes established international and regional human rights standards. This is an unwarranted assault on the fundamental human rights of Uganda's LGBTQI community. Number 3, if President Museveni, who describes homosexuals as deviants, signs this bill into law, it will render lesbian, gay and bisexual people in Uganda criminals simply for existing and for being who they are. Number 4, it will strip the LGBTQI community in this country of their whole humanity by criminalizing them, ultimately denying them services such as healthcare, education, housing and protection by the police. Number 5, this will result in the increased systematic violation of nearly all of their human rights and serve to incite people against each other. We resolve that. Number 1, the Democratic Alliance stands in solidarity with the LGBTQI community of Uganda in the struggle for justice and upholding human rights, and we implore the South African government to do the same. Number 2, this hate bill promotes hatred and the persecution of LGBTQI persons. Number 3, this bill is repugnant and immoral and must be challenged by all means necessary. We cannot allow silence and or inaction from our government. Number 4, no one should be attacked, imprisoned or killed simply because of who they are. Therefore, there is no place in society for a bill of this nature, and it should be struck down accordingly. Number 5, there is no reason for a bill that criminalizes individuals with consensual same-sex relationships. Number 6, the Ugandan government must therefore be harshly condemned for disregarding many of its people's fundamental human rights and dignity at a whim. If this motion is adopted by the House, we demand that the Gauteng Provincial Speaker, Ntombi Mekwe, send a copy of this motion without notice to the Ugandan Speaker of Parliament. I so move.
Honourable members, I think the motion that we are presenting is not in terms of Rule 120. It is in terms of Rule 121. Because I called on Rule 120. But now that we have read the motion, let's deal with how it needs to be dealt with. Because your motion has not been submitted procedurally. We just hear about it now. And if it is submitted in terms of Rule 120, we're supposed to debate it or deal with it immediately. Therefore, we can't because it has not been submitted prior. But how we're going to deal with that, we're going to take it and deal with it procedurally. We're going to put it in a process. Then we'll actually decide as to when we're going to actually debate your motion. But can I request that you send your copy for consideration by the programming committee? Okay. In terms of Rule 120, Honourable Chief Whip, can I request that you deal with a motion without notice, Chief Whip?
Madam Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker, presiding officers, apologies, I had to go to the bathroom. I'm not well. As I present this motion without notice, I, Member Elma Kubela, the ANC Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the following orders were not programmed for today's sitting, which is Tuesday, the 28th of March, 2023, I therefore propose the following, Madam Speaker. The consideration of the Gauteng Second Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002/2023, of the 2022-2023 financial year, the Public Account Standing Committee's oversight reports on the annual report, including the Auditor General's report on our financial statements and performance information. 3, the Environment, Agriculture, and Rural Development Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on the extent and impact of commercialization program for smallholder farmers and agro-processors. 4, Education Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study on assessing the implementation of schools' information, communication, technology, and the e-learning programs in the Gauteng schools. 5, the Social Development Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on the implications of terminations of NPO's funding on provision of service delivery. 6, the Health Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on assessing whether the Gauteng hospitals have the capacity to carry minor infrastructure maintenance projects. 7, the Health Committee's Focus Intervention Study report on assessing factors contributing to the procurement of goods of over 500,000 without competitive bidding. 8, the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on examining progress made in relation to the provision of bulk infrastructure in the Gauteng province. 9, the Education Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on assessing the implementation of school information, communication technology, and e-learning programs in Gauteng. 10, the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study on oversight report on assessment of the implementation of the Mzansi Libraries online ICT project in Gauteng. And 11, the Economic Development Committee's Oversight Focused Intervention Study, FIS report on the revisiting infrastructure projects met by protracted delays, assessing progress at the Biopark Phase 3, the Jewelry Manufacturing Precinct, and the Vista Center. Madam Speaker, further noting that the Community Safety Committee's report on the consideration of the Gauteng Community Safety Oversight Bill G003 of 2020 was programmed to be tabled at the sitting today, is not ready and will be deferred to the next term. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I humbly request that the House resolves the following: that to include all of the above mentioned reports to the order paper for today's sitting, Tuesday, the 28th of March, 2023. And secondly, Madam Speaker, and lastly, I humbly resolve and ask that the House resolves the following: that we remove the consideration of the Gauteng Community Safety Oversight Bill G003 of 2020 from the orders of the day. Madam Speaker, I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the motion?
I second the motion.
Seconded. Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. Yes. The yes have it. The motion is adopted by the House. We're now going to deal with questions to the Premier in terms of Rule 138, starting with Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I, Honourable Paul Wa Malema of the African National Congress, hereby request in terms of Rule 138 the placing of a question for oral reply by the Office of the Premier. Noting our historical past, where majority of our people were displaced and forced into the periphery of main centers of economic activities, and further noting that in his acceptance speech, the Premier indicated that his immediate mission was to improve service delivery in townships. Can the Premier please indicate, one, what system has the Office of the Premier put in place in line with the mission of improving service delivery in townships to ensure that this mission is achieved? Two, what impact will the improvement of service delivery have in townships? And lastly, if there are any flagship projects that will accelerate service delivery in township.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to greet members of the House and appreciate Member Malema for the question. During the delivery of the State of the Province address, we stated, and I want to reaffirm, that the freedom we fought for will remain meaningless if our townships, informal settlements, and hostels remain in squalor, with sewer flowing freely together with uncollected garbage. We further stated that the gap between our townships and suburbs is growing, and this gap must be closed, or the meaning of freedom and the attainment of empowerment for our people will be meaningless. We can't be proud, Member Malema, that there are people in our communities that they have to decide whether they have to relieve themselves during the night or during the day, purely because they don't have access to sanitation, they don't have access to water, and they further don't have access to facilities that will make their lives easier. It is within this context that we took a decision to present to the Executive Council of this sixth administration a proposal to develop, improve our townships, informal settlements, and our hostels. It was agreed that the development of these 26 townships, 6 hostels, and over 72 informal settlements must be an indication of our firm commitment to improve the lives of our people. We can't claim to be a best province, an economic hub of our country when our people are living in squalor. We can't be proud that we are only improving what the apartheid regime has planted in our communities. That as a democratic government, we have never taken a stance to improve our townships, improve our informal settlement, and improve our hostels. That time has arrived that we don't only speak about this improvement, that we categorize it and provide the necessary support that can be guided. It's within this context that on the 21st of November 2022, we started that process of ensuring that we consult with communities, we consult with those that are willing to partner with us, and we work together with institutions that are willing to support us. To date, 25 consultative sessions have been held with hostel indunas, community organizations, community structures, and various formations who have unanimously adopted and accepted our view that to improve our country and to improve our province, we need to improve our townships, we need to improve our informal settlements, and improve our hostels. To date, all members of the Executive Councils have signed a delivery agreement that outlines the work that they need to do in the townships, the work they need to do in the informal settlements, and the work that they need to do in hostels. I'm proud to report back that in all the work that they've agreed to do, majority of our MECs have started with this work, and our townships have been converted into construction sites, and our informal settlements have been converted into better sites, and our hostels are getting better improvement almost on a daily basis. Where we are and where we stand, we are proud of this decision of ensuring that our townships are improved, our hostels are modernized, and those that are staying in informal settlements, they can be and they can count on our commitment to be the first generation that will eliminate informal settlement rather than build more informal settlement. This commitment is divided into 4 critical sections. The first one obviously being the economy, and what we have done in terms of the economy is to convert the Township Economic Development Act from being a paper act to be a real implementation act that can benefit our people. We've identified many businesses in the townships that can be improved. We've also planted almost 50 million to support those that are in the backyard institutions that are accommodating our people that need accommodation. We've further ensured that our special economic zones, whether in Tshwane, OR, Tambo, West Rand, and the Vaal, are indeed geared to create opportunities for our people. We're further committed to recruit young people so that we can give them the necessary opportunities and support that they need in our township. Township business is our new gold. It's a gold that must be harnessed, it's a gold that must be supported, it's a gold that must be molded, and it's a gold that must create opportunities for our people. We remain firm, committed to improve township business so that it can create opportunities for our people. We welcome all the new malls that have been built in our townships. We also welcome those that are building new filling stations in our townships. We further welcome those that are creating supermarkets and many other institutions so that townships can be an economic hub that can improve and recruit and appoint people into opportunities in our township. We further approve those that are building new skills in our townships in terms of investing in local skills and creating opportunities for those that need opportunities. So the township economic development is a reality. with our desire and commitment to establish the Gauteng Development Bank, or our state bank as a Gauteng government, we really believe we will oil the machinery that will assist our businesses to prosper. We have now finalized the warehousing and distribution institutions that will allow our sponsor shop to compete and contest with those that are non-citizens of our country by giving them opportunities to get new stock, giving them opportunities to get new opportunities in terms of funding, and give them opportunities to market and promote their products. Gone are the days that those that believe they can have a collective bargaining against our own people can prosper. We are committed, and we have taken that decision as this government, that 60% of our goods and services will be spent in our townships in formal settlement together with our hostels. With this approach, we are of the strong view that township development will be a reality, informal settlement development will be a reality, and hostel development will also be a reality that we can account on and provide the necessary support. The second area of our focus, obviously, is to fight crime. We are now proud that of all the elevated crime prevention programs, they are starting to take shape. We have appointed 6,000 young people to be trained. Of the 6,000 young people that have been trained, 3,000 are ready to invade our streets from the 1st of May to ensure that each and every ward is patrolled 24 hours, 7 days a week. This is a commitment that will bring eyes and ears in each and every community and protect all our communities. We committed that we're going to bring 400 new cars that need to be delivered by the 1st of May. I'm proud that the MEC and her team have worked extra hard. 200 of those 400 cars have already been delivered, ready to patrol each and every street in our province. This is a commitment to show that we are ready to confront and to ensure that crime in our province does not prosper. We are further impressed with the delivery of new drones, and we are further impressed by the advertisement of a program to call for proposals so that each and every citizen can be armed with an e-panic button that will allow our foot soldiers to respond to it. We are on the verge of connecting each and every township, informal settlement and hostel to our CCTVs, and also connecting all our suburbs to ensure that those that are doing crime can be identified, tracked, and be arrested. We are of the strong view that this investment in fighting crime in our province will yield in lower crime statistics as we move forward. We want to work together with the police. We also want to work together with the private sector security companies to ensure that Gauteng is a safer place. We may want to attract investment, but in the absence of safety and security in our province, we'll never attract the best to come to our province. And therefore, our accelerated commitment to fight crime must be strengthened, must be supported, and must be ensured that it reaches the desired outcome. We remain firm on course that from the 1st of May, we'll be in a position to protect our citizens in our province, and we'll be in a position to ensure that no criminal can move around freely in our province without being tracked, chased, and be arrested by those that have been assigned this particular task. If we can't fight crime, crime will finish all of us. The third area of importance in our townships, informal settlement and hostel is what we call social opportunities. We are proud that we are creating new schools of specializations, and we are further creating new hospitals that are going to provide new better services to our communities. We finalized the benchmarking of all our hospital institutions, and we further resolved to fill all the important vacancies in all our hospitals so that there is no hospital without capacity and hospital without the necessary support in terms of medication. Our commitment to establish the pharmaceutical company of our province, it is at an advanced stage, and this will ensure that all our hospitals, especially in the townships, informal settlement, and those that are close by to our hostels, will get medication when medication is needed. Gone are the days where our clinics and hospitals will run out of medication and support. We are further strengthened by the commitment that we have made from young people, young professionals, and young doctors that have approached the MEC responsible for health and the Office of the Premier, that as part of their contribution to the Mandela Day on the 18th of July, these young people, young professionals, are volunteering to conduct emergency surgeries in all our hospitals so that they can eliminate the waiting list with immediate effect. We want to thank these young doctors who are contributing their skills free of charge as part of their work to ensure that our townships, our informal settlement and our hostels get the necessary medical support. We are also of the view that we need to move with speed to improve the sporting facilities in our communities. We are also partnering with various national institutions like the soccer team, Bafana Bafana, the under-23 team, Banyana Banyana, and many other institutions that have taken a view that they want to take their sporting activities to our townships. This is part of their drive to inspire young people so that they don't have to drive a long distance for them to watch and witness this. And we want to thank the South African Football Association for agreeing to take the game of Bafana Bafana to Orlando Stadium so that it can be closer to our people. We are also proud that together with the Transport Department, we are indeed finalizing our taxi rank of the future. The taxi rank that will ensure that we've got facilities around all taxi ranks, like banks, shopping complex, and also restaurants, and areas where the taxi rank can fix their tires and also fix their cars. We are proud of this initiative, and we are of the view that the taxi rank that we are going to open in the next 2 months in the Vaal area will be a presentation of a future new transport node that will link all our townships, our informal settlement, and together with our hostels. As part of this program of TISH and part of our commitment to improve our townships, our informal settlement, and our hostels, we want to reaffirm that these townships, these informal settlements, and these hostels will never be the same again under the noble leadership of the ANC-led government. I thank you, Member.
Is there a supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Malema?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm covered. I'm eloquently answered, cogently so. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honorable Lidwaba, she's not here. She's supposed to be asking a question to the Premier. I'm not sure whether has that been delegated to any other member? Oh, she's online. Okay. Okay, thank you. Honorable Lidwaba, your question to the Premier.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dlamini.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just forgot the rule in making the follow-up on the answer from the Premier.
If you have forgotten, Honorable Dlamini, if you have forgotten, we can't allow the forgotten here. So, Honorable Dlamini, no, Honorable Dlamini, please, let's respect the rules, because all members were given the rules book, so we can't actually allow that. If you don't know the rule, let's pass to the next speaker until you actually remember the rules. Honorable Lidwaba.
Honorable Speaker, good morning, and good morning to the members in the House. I, Honorable Doli Lidwaba of the African National Congress, hereby request, in terms of Rule 138, the placing of a question for oral reply by the Office of the Premier, noting the introduction of the Township Informal Settlements and Hostels Program, TISH, which was announced by Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi, further noting that Gauteng is a destination of choice for majority of people seeking a better life. Can the Premier please indicate what is TISH and what does it seek to achieve? What role which TISH play in ensuring that the ideal of a GGT 2030 Can TISH play a role in addressing the imbalances of the past that are still visible in the society today? How has TISH been received by the communities? I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me also thank Member Lidwaba for the question. In terms of question 1, TISH is an acronym for Townships, Informal Settlement and Hostel. The TISH strategy aims to ensure development and improvement in living conditions of communities that resides in these areas. In October 2022, we appointed the new cabinet and announced the elevated priorities aimed to drastically change the living conditions of our people in the 26 townships of our province and over 700 informal settlements and 6 provincially owned hostels. And that's the reason, Speaker, that you stopped Member Dlamini when you wanted to confirm that he has never seen so much improvement in hostels ever since he was a member of this House. And he wanted to confirm that, and you stopped him, unfortunately. The provincial economy is not growing at all levels that are desirable for tackling the socio-economic challenges of high employment, reducing poverty and inequality. Furthermore, youth unemployment has reached crisis levels throughout the country, which is more pronounced in provinces like Gauteng, which attracts many young people through both inter and intra-migration. There are structural constraints in our economy that continue to exclude majority of our people to participate effectively in the economy and to grow it further. These are more pronounced in economically depressed areas within the 5 corridors of our province, hence the need to elevate our interventions in townships, informal settlements and hostels, commonly known as TISH. The rollout of the Township Economy Revitalization Program is yet to yield a tangible transformation of socio-economic landscape of our townships, characterized by big industrial infrastructure capacity for high-volume productions. The birth of TISH does not depart from the broader initiatives that we have undertaken within Growing Gauteng Together 2030 vision, or all its other other elevated priorities that we have accepted. In terms of question 2, the GGT 2030 remains a blueprint of our contribution to building a better nation and is part of deepening the implementation of the National Development Plan in pursuit of a South Africa envisaged by the Freedom Charter, the Constitution, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Africa we want. During my acceptance speech, we committed ourselves that we'll continue with GG 2030 mandate, which includes the following areas of emphasis. 1, making Gauteng Vision a reality. 2, tackling matters related to economy, jobs, and infrastructure. 3, accelerating quality education, skills revolution, and health. 4, integrated human settlement and land release. 5, safety, social cohesion, and food security. 6, establishing a capable, ethical, and developmental state. 7, creating a better Africa in the world. 8, sustainable development for future generations. It is quite clear, therefore, that we are working together to ensure that we realign all our priorities so that they can be incorporated in the APPs of the department. And we are very proud that in terms of the submissions of the APPs that were made by our department, they realign both the elevated TISH program but also the GGT 2030 vision. This mandate is the blueprint of our administration and will continue to accelerate its implementation accordingly. In terms of question 3, the very insistence on continuing with GGT 2030 plan and elevating TISH priorities will, in the end, address imbalances of the past and ensure that our society today is better and can get the necessary support from government. In terms of your last question, We've fully been overwhelmed and humbled by the reception that teachers received within our communities, and will continue to visit various communities that have challenges and will present our programs so that they can understand. We've lined up meetings with business, civil society, labor, izinduna, youth, and various other sectors of Gauteng so that they can understand the work that we need to do. Immediately after the delivery of the State of the Province address, all our MEC and our legislature members went to communities to elevate the message and to ensure that our message is heard by those that don't follow the normal media platforms. We are quite pleased with the report back that we received from our MECs. All our communities are excited about TISH, and they've sent a strong message: implement TISH now without further delay. Thank you so much, Madam.
Honorable Ledoaba, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Honorable Speaker, I'm well answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On Rule 138, because it's the same question. Premier, I'm not standing to confirm that I've seen something that has never happened in the hostels, but one must acknowledge that there is a lot of activities that are taking place in the hostels for the first time in very more long years. One must appreciate the political willingness to deal with this community, which has been overlooked and isolated for a very long time. But TISH must not be a curse to them because of this excitement from your departments. And it is not everyone who calls himself Induna who is an Induna hostel. I will make an example. Let Jablan Hostel are not working with his Induna, working with a member of the ANC who calls himself an Induna, and he is not even an Induna. So I would urge you for TISH to have an impact in hostel, deal with legitimate leaders of hostels, not politically chosen individuals for political gain as we approach 2014. That's my only concern with it. I don't have any, I'm happy with what is happening. The 6 hostels have been connected, there is movement, there is appointment of contractors to deal with sewer and so forth, but let us do it the proper way. It's not every Tom, Dick and Harry who calls himself an Induna who's an Induna. Induna must first be recognized by his inkosi back home before he becomes an Induna in a hostel. You cannot just pick and choose Induna just because he's an associate of your foot soldiers politically. That's my only concern, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier, do you want to respond?
Let me appreciate what Member Dlamini is saying. He's not saying things are not happening in the hostels. He's saying that we are coming without proper donors. So we want to appreciate that. If you can give us the list of proper donors, we'll utilize that particular mechanism. But hostel citizens deserve attention of government, and will continue to provide that particular support. It does not mean that if you stay in a hostel, your rights must be trampled. I'm happy that the MEC responsible for health, for the very first time, Madam Speaker, that there is a mobile clinic equipped with a doctor and nurses that are servicing our hostels. For the very, very first time. That we are also now putting up ECD centers in some of the hostels because there are children there and they deserve to go to school. They can't be left unattended. So we will continue to provide all the necessary support. And I'm disappointed that I thought Member Dlamini will confirm that for the first time, 6 of our hostels, they've got free internet connectivity. They don't have to buy data. They're even WhatsApping every day to KZN, excited about the newfound data about that we provided. So we will provide all the necessary support and guidance to ensure that we improve hostels. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Let me protect Honorable Dlamini. He said it, Premier.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you were disturbed by Honorable Nkomorale. No, thank you very much. We're now going to deal with questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134, starting with Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the 500,000 Rand threshold for purchases that do not have to go out to tender at hospitals, will the MEC please indicate, one, what is the estimated extent of the abuse of this provision to facilitate corruption? Two, what controls are there to pick up split billing in order to avoid going out to tender? Three, approximately how many cases of suspected split billing have been picked up since January last year? Four, if this threshold has been raised to 1 million Rand, what is the motivation for this or any other revision of the threshold? And five, what measures are in place to pick up and stop split billing and any other abuses of purchases that can be authorized by a hospital CEO without going out to tender? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first question, the response is the department experienced substantial abuse of splitting orders to come under threshold of 500,000. However, all cases of abuse are being investigated by the SIU. The second response is that oversight occurs with a monthly purchase order report compiled and monitored in order to monitor split billing, and all purchases between the value of 500,000 and 1 million are forwarded to the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for verification purchase and ensuring compliance to SCM prescript. The third response is that the HSA communication of audit finding number 68 reflected 5 transactions. The gas, which is Gauteng Audit Service Review Report of February 2023, identified a further 9 transactions. The 14th transactional identified all occurred in Tembisa Tertiary Hospital from the departmental analysis performed by Tembisa Hospital, and it appears that this practice discontinued from September 2022. And the latest transaction identified again by Gauteng Audit Service is for a PO dated 02 August 2022. Please see attached a report that I will forward to you, Madam Speaker. And the fourth response is that the threshold has been increased from 500,000 to 1 million by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to accommodate increased replenishment cost, especially the stock holding items. And the motivation for increasing the threshold was to reduce the turnaround time in procuring essential goods and services. The last response, which is the fifth one, is that quotation adjudication committees with members that attended training have been established in all health institutions to ensure compliance to SCM prescript and to avoid splitting of orders. Circulars and checklists that are done by CEOs must has been enforced and is effective from the 3rd of, was effective from the 3rd of January 2023. Thank you.
Honorable Bloom, any supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I don't believe that all of these split billings and fishy transactions is being investigated by the SIU. In fact, they haven't even extended, the President hasn't even extended the SIU proclamation. And I've had countless replies where there's internal investigation. So it can't all be a job for the SIU. I mean, this should be a substantial job of the provincial government as well. And to hear that there's only 14, split billing cases picked up since January last year, that's a wild underestimate. It's far, far wider than that. So I really think that the department's not taking this sufficiently seriously. And to raise the threshold now to 1 million Rand, when there's been such abuse for the 500,000 Rand, I mean, this is just opening the floodgates. I really think that this is an inadequate response. It doesn't appreciate the gravity of what's happening, the stealing, the estimated 1 billion Rand irregular spending that the SIU found at Tembisa Hospital within 3 years. And what about other hospitals? I really think this is not an adequate response. Thank you.
Honorable MEC. Press once and leave.
Yes, because I'm just surprised that he does not understand that it's not me that does the circular for 500,000 to 1 million. It was Gauteng Provincial Treasurer that did that, and I indicated why. And on other hospitals, it's only Tembisa because we asked the Gauteng Audit Service to investigate other hospitals too, but we are picking up in Tembisa of the split billing, and the issue has been handled by the SIU. Now the proclamation is being done to further investigate some of irregularities that are happening that has happened in Tembisa. And between now, January and now, there is nothing that has happened of a split billing in Tembisa so far. Other hospitals, we've been checking their finances. They are all in order, Member Plum. So where we had this problem, it was only in Tembisa, which we've picked it up. So angazi ba ufuna ndithini na because ayo ngxaki yam nam le nam bengafuni ku 1 million le mali ingxaki yethu so ingxaki yenu le.
Thank you. Can you go to the next question? Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to hospital security contracts, will the MEC please indicate, one, how much in rands and cents is currently spent every month on hospital security contracts? Two, why are these contracts rolled over irregularly since they expired years ago? Three, when will new security contracts be advertised and awarded? Four, what accounts for any delays in this regard? And five, what action has been taken on the investigation report that found that many of these contracts were irregularly awarded? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first question, the answer is 59 million. The second one, the response, the security contracts are rolled over irregularly as there is currently no contract in place. Only service level agreements that are used now to manage the contracts. The third one, the answer is the department is in response of, the department is in a process of advertising a new tender and anticipating to award it in the new financial year, which is 2023-24. Then the fourth answer is that 2 tenders were advertised and cancelled. It is tender GT/GDH/118 and 119.120 and 121/2016 was cancelled due to tender irregularities identified by the property auditors. The second tender, which is G2/GDH/038/2020, was cancelled due to the issues of the specification that was raised by the property auditors. The last response is that internal control are conducted to determine the test of irregularities. After the determination test is concluded, the risk management will conduct an internal investigation based on the outcome of the investigations, and consequence management will be implemented. Thank you.
Any supplementary question or a short remark, Honorable Bloom?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the last time the security contracts were awarded was in 2014, and they were supposed to expire in November 2016. So every year for more than 6 years now, the Auditor General has been scathing about the regularly rolling over of these contracts month by month. I think it's a scandal. I've been hearing for ages now that these contracts are in the process of being awarded. The previous MEC said it, and the previous MEC before that also said that. I really think it's scandalous. And the fact of the matter is that hospitals are not getting good security, and these contracts should have been re-awarded long ago. Thank you.
Honorable MEC, you want to make comments?
Speaker, I can't defend something that I know that it was not supposed to be like that. But because property auditors picked up these irregularities, then they had to cancel, which I do appreciate, because every issue, because it's a lot of money that is involved in those tenders. So we need to follow all the proper processes. So I fully agree with you. We'll make a follow-up again, and we'll ensure that property auditors again must make sure that they have the eye that must scrutinize each and every contract before we can forward it. So I agree with Member Broom, he's correct. We can't have man-to-man contracts for so many years. That's irregular and it's not making us look good to AG2.
Thank you. Next question. Honorable Njokwe to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, with regards of the Heidelberg Hospital, Mr. Bongani Mthethwa, who is the pharmacy manager, received an arbitration award in 2020 at the CCMA, and the department fully reinstated him in his position. Why has the department failed to pay Mr. Mthethwa his salary for the past 10 months when he is reporting for duty daily? When is the department planning to pay Mr. Bongani Mthethwa all his outstanding salary? In your response, please explain how is the department is going to compensate Mr. Mthethwa and his family for pain and suffering they are just to their lack of income. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Bongani Mthethwa will be paid his salary. We have submitted all the documents to the Department of eGov so that he can be paid for the outstanding amounts of his contracts. Yeah. Once we have done that, I will forward the proper response to the MEC. Yeah. Thank you. To the member. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. The next question is Honorable Badenhorst, who is not here. There's no one asking that question. Okay. The next question is those two questions are supposed to be asked by Honorable Badenhorst, who's not in the house. She's online. Oh, okay. Honorable Badenhorst, can you ask your question to MEC for Social Development?
Excuse me, Speaker. Excuse me. Good morning, Speaker.
Morning, Honorable Badenhorst. You can ask your question to MEC for Social Development.
Can I just be asked after the next person, after the next member, because my iPad is blocked and I can't get hold of anything here. So I need to get the questions on my other device, please.
Unfortunately, the next member again is you to MEC for Economic Development. Thereafter, there are no longer members who are asking questions.
Okay, can one of my members ask the question for me that's in the House, Speaker, please?
Honorable Makwala, I'm not sure whether you're able to assist or any other member from the EFF. Unfortunately, no one has your questions, Honorable Badenhorst.
Oh. Can I transfer them to the next?
Okay, Honorable Badenhorst, how we can deal with these questions, we'll just forward them to MECs, then you'll be able to receive written responses. Is that okay with you?
No, it's fine then. It's fine. It's fine.
Thank you very much. We're now going to deal with written questions for oral explanation and tabling in the House. Starting with Honorable Mazibuko, there are about, let me see, 6 questions that were not responded to on time. PS 010, PS 011, PS 012, PS 013, PS 014. If we can get an explanation, Honorable MEC, why those questions were not responded to on time.
Ngibingelele somlomo zona zingenile kodwa bese zishiwe isikhathi siyaxolisa.
In terms of the rule, Honorable MEC, if zishiwe isikhathi, you need to submit a request to the office of the Speaker. So that has not happened.
Somlomo kusho ukuthi zishiwe nje amahoranyana. Hayi ukuthi bezingadingi extensions. Zona bezisendleleni kepha zashawa isikhathi. Kepha zingenile gologoqo seziyatholakala. Sibonge kodwa futhi sixolise ukungabambi isikhathi somlomo. Siyazi kumele zingene before ihola lesithathu ngomsombuluko. Bizingene lapha ngehola lesithupha. Siyaxolisa somlomo.
Okay. The next question is Honorable MEC for Health, HL 019, which was also not responded to on time.
Xolo, Speaker, the question diphethe your issue is cardinal.
MEC, can you request that you table that?
I'm tabling the question, Madam Speaker, about Zone 17 smoking that was asked. I want to sincerely apologize. I thought I'm going to meet the deadline. I did request the office, but already I was late, even my letter of the apology to you.
Okay. The next questions are those for COGTA. I want to explain about COGTA. COGTA indicated that all the questions were responded to, but they were not signed by the MEC, who was outside of the country. But that might not be an excuse, because there was an MEC that was acting who was supposed to sign, and that MEC did not sign, and we sent them back. And yesterday, when we received written or signed, Honorable Maslela, yesterday in fact on Saturday, we received signed responses, but what I realize is that some of them MEC were supposed to have been submitted prior. Hence, we are not happy that some of those were supposed to have been signed even before, prior to you leaving the country, or they were supposed to request an extension. But for those that were supposed to have been submitted yesterday, I know that my laptop had a problem. Hence, I could not pick them up, but at least your office communicated, although it was orally. In the rules, there's nothing that says orally, it says written. But I'm just mentioning this in the House, so that let's manage them better next time. The next set of questions is social development. Oh, there are many of them. SD011, SD012, SD013, SD014, SD015, SD016, SD017, SD018, SD019, SD020, SD021, SD022, SD023, SD024, SD025 and SD026. Can I request Honorable MEC just to explain?
Thank you, Speaker. They were submitted. We were informed that these would be removed. My apologies.
No, we can't remove them. Honorable Maslela. We can't remove them, Honorable MEC, when they were submitted late. You need to account to the House why they were submitted late.
Okay. My apologies, Speaker. They were submitted accordingly. We apologize. Nazo, stuck in traffic.
Speaker, sorry, Speaker, on a point of order, please.
There's no point of order when we deal with these matters, Honorable
We are being undermined, Speaker.
No,
we
no.
are being undermined.
Honorable
here.
Masoleng, Honorable
we are being
Masoleng.
undermined. These questions must be answered.
Honorable Masoleng, it's not to be answered in the House. It's for MECs to respond what they did not respond in writing, not oral. It's oral explanation here, please. Honorable members, I think it's for presiding officers to deal with that matter. It's not for all of us to. The next one is ARD, Environment 008, ARD and Environment 009, and ARD and Environment 010. It's Honorable.
It's the same.
Same
Speaker.
question.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next question. I think all those questions for oral explanation has now been submitted, Honorable members. It's just that we want MECs to account. Don't wait for the sitting. When you are supposed to respond on the time that you are supposed to respond. Don't wait for the sitting, because some of them are already late in that regard. So we need to understand what is happening, because each and every member that asks question, it is for the interest of all of us, including members of the public. Thank you very much.
Speaker, questions from Honorable Badenhurst. Can we respond to those questions?
No, but remember we have made a ruling with Honorable Badenhurst. Remember she said she will be happy to receive them in writing. Yeah. Can we request the Secretary to read the first order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Is it the Office of the Premier or the GPN?
Honorable Dlamini is GPL.
Yes, yeah, that's what I know. Because
Honorable members, can I also make this request? Members who are also, who have joined the sitting online, you need to listen to what we are doing inside the House, but you also need to have all your documents with you. Honorable Dlamini, please.
No, Chair, I heard the Secretary saying Office of the Premier Secretary of GPL. I know that's GPL, the first one. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members of the Executive, Honorable members of the Legislature and Gauteng citizens. I wish to table the third quarterly report of the office, of the GPL, and ask that the parts of the reports that I will not read be taken as read. I will just go to the summary, executive summary. The committee notes that the financial performance of GPL reflects an expenditure of 171.1 million, which represents 88% of the budget allocation of 195.3%. 9 million, with 24.3 million underspending in the quarter under review. The GPL reported that the underspending is attributed to the compensation of employees due to the unfilled vacant post, implementation of the cost of living adjustments backdated to the 1st of April 2022, following conclusion of negotiations between NEHAW and the Legislature Employee Organization, and the payment of the 2020-2021 pay progression for the P07 and P08. The GPL highlighted that due to the value creation project underway, a moratorium was placed on filling vacant positions until a realigned organizational structure is approved for implementation, and only critical and political support staff vacancies were filled during the quarter under review. The committee further notes that the GPL concluded the negotiations between NEHAW and the Legislature Employee Organization and implemented cost of living adjustments backdated to the 1st of April 2022, and payment of the 2020-2021 pay progression for P07 and P08 was processed in the quarter under review. However, it is noted with concerns that these also contributed to underspending on compensation of employees in the two previous quarters. The committee urges the GPL to abide by policies on compensation of employees to avoid underspending in the future. Goods and services are underspent due to, amongst others, outstanding invoices from service providers, delays in delivery of equipment for digital parliament, committee activities, rescheduling of the People with Disability Sector Parliament, and legal fees. Capital asset underspent due to non-procurement of replacement of laptop for staff, 2 sedans and 1 buggy, ICT server, gym equipment and furniture. The committee notes that the GPL has collected a total amount of 8.4 million for the quarter under review. The reported revenue was collected mostly from the interest received from bank balances at 7.9 million, parking income at 466,000, city hall bookings at 31,000, and memorabilia at 400. The non-financial performance of the GPL reflects that 10 targets were achieved against the 16 planned. The underachievement was recorded on the number of initiatives undertaken to promote ethical conduct at 75% of leadership initiatives implementation plan. 60% achievement of milestone in the ITC strategy, 75% of milestone of the HR strategy, 47 SMO reports adopted by the House, and the implementation of the communications and PPP strategy. The deviation on conducting a seminar on ethical conduct was due to the sourcing of service provider challenges. The initially planned date was for October 2022 with support by the Public Service Commission, but the assigned personnel was not able to present. An external service provider was outsourced, as well as they use internal resources such as the Integrity Commissioner, and it is anticipated that the seminar will be conducted on the fourth quarter. The reason provided for deviation on leadership initiatives implementation plan was that due to outstanding outputs from preceding periods not achieved, and this had a negative impact on the third quarter cumulative performance. Plans have been put in place to ensure that all the targets for the year are achieved. The 60% achievement of milestones in the ITC strategy annual implementation plans was due to dependency on the value creation project, as well as signing of memorandum of agreement with the eGov to assist with delivery of outputs planned under the implementation of the ITC strategy, which includes e-petitions and e-discussion platform. It is anticipated that the outputs not achieved will be finalized by the end of the fourth quarter. The 75% of the milestone of the HR strategy implementation plan was not achieved, as the consultation of policies such as talent and attraction and time and attendance took longer than anticipated due to reluctance from organized labor to let the policies through. Hence, elements of the outputs have been completed, and the final outputs as per plan will be delivered before the end of the third quarter. The 23% underachievement on the implementation of the integrated communications and PPP 5-year strategies milestone was due to the rescheduling or postponement of some events, such as the sector parliament for people living with disability and the voter education, which was due to the emerging institutional priorities. The GPL highlighted that all targets not achieved in the quarter under review will be implemented in quarter 4. The GPL continued to participate in several national, regional, inter-legislature and international engagements with the aim to exchange knowledge and influence the agenda of this institution, which includes the hosting of the Zambian delegation to learn about the secretarial operations that enhance the execution of the constitutional mandates. Participation in the Society of Clerks at the table, South Sub-Region planning meetings and the workshop on e-parliaments, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting, the National Parliament Strategy Review session, and the CPA Africa Region Treasures meeting at Dodoma in Tanzania. The committee notes that the GPL processed 1,255 payments of service providers during the quarter under review, with 1,191 paid within 15 days, 40 paid within 30 days, and 24 were paid after 30 days. In terms of preferential procurement, the GPL achieved 65% against the target of 60%. For historical disadvantaged individuals, the PWDs achieved 2% against the target of 0.5%. Youth achieved 10% as planned, and the township economy achieved 71% against the target of 10%. However, the 30% target on women was not achieved, as only 27% achieved was recorded. The reason provided for the underachievement was due to non-responsiveness of identified groups to tenders issued by the legislature. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mihwe, Provincial Secretary Mr. Skosana, and senior management during the consideration of the third quarter report. I would also like to thank the following members for their diligence and commitment: Honorable Makhubela, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Ledwaba, Honorable Malema, Honorable Simang, Honorable Blom, Honorable Makwala, Honorable Masilela, Honorable Alberts, and Member Alberts. And also like to acknowledge the senior, the committee staff for their commitment. And through you, Madam Speaker, after due consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report on the third quarter performance report of the GPL for 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to the report? Honorable
I rise to
Kanyile.
second. Member Adams.
I rise to second, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile and Honorable Adams. Thank you very much for seconding the report. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature. Oversight report on the third quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the House. We presented the third quarterly report of the Office of the Premier. The overall performance of the Office of the Premier reflected 91%, 31 of the 34 achievement of the planned targets against the budget expenditure of 97% for the quarter under review. In terms of program performance, Program 2, Institutional Development, achieved all planned targets. Program 1, Administration, achieved 6 of its 7 targets, while Program 3, Police and Governance, achieved 13 of the 16 targets. It is noted that the Office of the Premier spent 509 million out of the annual adjusted budget of 803.8 million, which constitutes 63% of the annual budget allocation. Out of the projected quarterly budget of 179 million, the Office of the Premier spent 174 million, reflecting 97% expenditure. Program 1, Administration, recorded 105 spending of the allocated budget. The 5% of our spending was due to the payment of retirement benefits for ex-employees as well as the international travel. The Office of the Premier explained that an outstanding amount of 261 million for travel and subsistence for the international trip undertaken in the second quarter of 2022-2023 financial contributed to this overspending. It is noted that all payments related to this international trip were settled in the quarter under review. Program 2 spent 99% of its allocated budget by the end of the third quarter, while Program 3 spent 88% of its allocated budget. Program 3, Police and Government underspending, was attributed to the GCRO transfer, which was delayed due to administrative processes and was deferred to the quarter under review. The committee is of the view that the budget expenditure patterns for all the 3 programs are at all acceptable level, taking into consideration that each of these programs exceeded 85% target achieved against the budget spend. The committee commends the Office of the Premier for the payment of 100% of valid invoices within 15 days of receipt. It is further noted that all the outstanding issues relating to the 30 million transfer for the collaborative work between the Office of the Premier and the GCRO has been resolved and payment has been scheduled to be released in February 2023. It is further noted that procurement spending for the people with disabilities has shown a slight increase by 1% in the quarter under review, reflecting 4% achievement compared to 3% recorded in the previous quarter against the target of 7%. The Office of the Premier highlighted that while this achievement is still below the desirable level, improvement has been made, where 6 out of the 10 GPG departments attained 7% of the PWD's procurement spending in the quarter under review. This includes, among others, the Department of Roads and Transport with a record achievement of 10.5% and the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development at 9.3%. The Office of the Premier highlighted that sector members are pleased with the work that government is doing for this designated group. The only matter at hand is to accelerate the intervention process of applying new mechanisms to ensure that all departments comply to the 7% procurement spending. The Office of the Premier reported that while people on the ground are benefiting from township procurement spending, intervention mechanism and proper control will be considered. Furthermore, procurement processes will be followed regardless that spending in the town for the township development. The committee notes that the State Security Agency was authorized to conduct lifestyle audits and vetting of the Premier and all members of the Executive Council. This process has been finalized and the former Premier, Mr. David Makura, has released the lifestyle audit report for MECs, which highlighted finding of no conflict of interest, and this pronouncement was made in the House. It is further noted that a decision has been taken that new MMCs will also undergo the lifestyle audit, and once the findings are released, a high-level liar detector test will be undertaken for all members of the executive. The Office of the Premier expressed shared sentiments with the committee on the state of poor quality health care in Gauteng and highlighted that a new process to improve the service will be introduced during SONA, including quality education. Furthermore, the committee notes the Office of the Premier's acknowledgement of the advice given to capacitate the GPG departments on forensic matters, as well as the need to adhere to the AG's recommendations and the use of consultants. With regards to the life asset demand, the Office of Premier highlighted the need to move at speed on the closure of this project, as it cannot be prolonged further that it has been. The committee notes that the farm for youth experiencing challenges in the utilization of substances is in place, and the enrollment for drug rehabilitation has been made. The Office of Premier explained that government aims to develop the farm as a one-stop shop to include other services such as medical assistance, skills development, and advocacy. Furthermore, government is committed to expand the farm in terms of bed size and additional infrastructure development for the implementation of additional priorities. The committee notes the elevated priorities highlighted in the quarterly report, which are underpinned by a focus on improving the living conditions of townships, informal settlements, and hostels. This includes 1, accelerated economic recovery; 2, strengthening the battle against crime, corruption, vandalism, and lawlessness; 3, improving health and wellness of communities; 4, strengthening the capacity of the state to deliver services and focusing on incomplete infrastructure development. The Office of the Premier highlighted that targets emanating from the elevated priorities will be included to the APPs of relevant user departments. Therefore, in executing the oversight function, the committee will be tracking and monitoring the implementation of the elevated priorities to ensure that its impact is felt on the ground. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Honourable Premier Phelu Sufi and Acting Director Mr. Mdambanda. And I also want to thank members of the committee and the support staff. And in accordance with Rule 164, the standing rules of the GPL, the committee hereby present the report for the House for the adoption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honourable Mukhethi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I second the report.
Seconding the report. Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
now
Dana.
put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
All not in favour say no. Yes. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Munyai, that's his maiden speech.
It is not. I already.
Second one.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier in absentia, the Honourable MEC Mamabulo, Honourable members, the people of Gauteng in particular, those who lives in township, informal settlement, hostels, and the citizens of Gauteng in general. Honourable Speaker, I request that the content of the report that may not be read be considered as read in this context. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I, Chidi Zimnyai, would like to present the reports. And the principal purpose of this report, of the third quarter report, is to provide the summary of the program undertaken by Gauteng Provincial Treasury from October to the December year 22. The department's quarterly reports provide progress reports that specifically put the achievement of progress against the performance target of the period under review. Honourable Speaker, the purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury's third quarterly report, inclusive of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, GIFA, is to monitor and assess Gauteng Provincial Treasury's report performance as reported in the quarterly performance report. In assessing the quarterly performance, the committee considers both financial and non-financial performance against the set target and expenditure patterns. The sector oversight model, which has been agreed throughout the Speakers Forum, states that in year of monitoring, through quarterly report, provides the committee with the information needed to monitor effective program implementations. Honorable Speaker and the people of Gauteng, the evaluation of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury's quarter performance report for the year 2022-2023 financial depicts a satisfactory state of affairs with 28 of the 29 performance targets achieved and 74% of the total appropriated budget spent. The quarterly budget expenditure is highly lower than the 75% straight line projection. However, it compares favorably with the 97% annual performance plans, APP achievement. As at the end of the quarter, administration program achieved 6 to play out the 7 planned performance target. The performance target pertains 100% of the supplier payment within 30 days after the receipt of the valid invoices. Workshop and training conducted to provide awareness transformation agenda, which matters. A report submitted to the office of the Premier to monitor implementation of the gender, youth, people with disability, with GOD programs, and revised annual performance plans submitted to Gauteng Provincial Legislature as per the timelines. Of the importance, the GPT revised the annual performance plan to include conducting consultation with the stakeholders in preparation of the drafting legal due diligence reports on the establishment of the state-owned bank and the state-owned pharmaceutical company. On the other hand, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury also planned to appoint 50% of women in senior management SMS level. However, 45% of the women were appointed at the SMS level. The rationale for the deviation is that in the third quarter, 3 appointments were made at SMS level, which really considered the 2 males and 1 female, and 1 female occupying a strategic position at SMS level position, left the department. So in this regard, to mitigate underperformance, heads of the units were less than 50% female at the SMS level position, left the department to make sure that the female representation to be submitted plans on how they will comply with the target set out. GPT also indicated that recently advertised SMS position specified women as the target group, and also expenditure for this program stood at 136% of the appropriated funds of the period under review and 71% cumulatively. Honorable Speaker, I must say that one of the key issues, as I said, the report will be considered read. In the same vein, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Program achieved all 8 performance targets planned for the quarter under review. Performance target relate to producing supply chain management compliance register for department and entities producing a report of 30% spend on township suppliers, including those participating in high-value contracts, conducting in the report and subcontracted contracts captured in the supply chain management in SAP systems by GPG department. Producing a report on monitoring implementation on open tender processes by departments, entities, and establishing the provincial task team to develop preferential procurement guidelines. Finally, the program exceeded the performance target linked to the number of the training workshop provided to Gauteng Township-based suppliers. The program managed to spend 90% of the funds requisite during the quarter of the 74% total appropriations. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the municipal financial governance programs also achieved all the 4 planned performance targets, albeit with the pockets of the overperformance. The performance target refer to the providing structured and targeted capacity building initiative to municipalities here in Gauteng, conducting compliance assessment on Municipality Finance Management Act, which is MFMA, on the delegated municipalities, and gazetting provincial grants allocated to Gauteng municipalities. Of significance, Gauteng Provincial Treasury surpassed its planned performance target of conducting intergovernment relations, this is IGR engagement, with relevant to stakeholders under these programs. The program expanded to almost 67% of the funds allocated to this quarter and 67% of the main appropriation, making the least expenditure of all the programs. Similarly, only the performance target plan under Gauteng Audit Service, which is program, was achieved. The performance target is about ensuring the internal audit recommendations are tracked as implemented at the departments wide and trading entities. The program also overperformed by ensuring the tracking of more internal audit recommendation than anticipated. This is a great achievement, MEC. The expenditure for the program stood at 75% for the quarter and also 86% for the day to date. It should be noted, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that neither the GPT nor GIFA reflected on any major strategic risk nor request for intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
With respect to the APP. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the budget for the third quarter performance, and also in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164 of the Finance Portfolio Committee, present in the House and recommend for the adoption of the Committee's oversight report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a mover for the adoption of the report? Is there a mover? A second, rather, sorry.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, Honorable Matseke. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are not in favor say no. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Order number 4, Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of Gauteng Provincial Government GPG-wide for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Munyai.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable the Deputy Speaker, and the Honorable MEC Mamabulo and honorable members, and the people of Gauteng. I must say that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I invoke the standing Gauteng Provincial Legislator Rule 116, subsection 4, related to the section of human settlement and DID, which I will read related to the specific section which apply related to the human settlement. Notwithstanding the provision of the subsection Rule 2 and 3, in the event that there are substantive difference between the spoken version and the written version, the spoken version will take the precedent. Gauteng Provincial Government, GPG, Quarterly Finance Performance Report, as tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, affords the Financial Portfolio Committee an opportunity to integrate the financial position and monitor the financial performance of the GPG departments for the quarter under review. And again, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, what I would want to request that what is not read in this content of this report should be considered as read. Furthermore, the tabling of the GPG quarter financial performance report ensure that the GPG department are accountable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through the Finance Portfolio Committee. As the end of the third quarter, total provincial receipts amount to 115.8 billion, which is equal to 74.4% of the total budget receipts. Provincial receipts arising provincial equitable share, conditional grants and owned revenue accounts to almost 9 billion, 20.4 billion and 5.3 billion respectively. As at the end of the third quarter, the GPG total cash outflow amount to 113.1 billion. Of this amount, department requisitioned is 113 billion, or 72.7% of the total adjusted provincial budget, while 56.8 million accounts to provincial direct charges. An amount of 2.8 billion was received at the end of the third quarter. However, it is unspent due to the general underspending recorded for the most department in the province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in our portfolio committee, it's our rule that any money that's not spent while our people are waiting for basic service or service delivery, it's equitable to crime. At the end of the third quarter GPG, it is worth noting that the revenue collection as per adjustment appropriation for the year 2022-2023 financial year was projected at 7.2 billion. However, at the end of the third quarter, 5.3 billion or 73.6% was collected. The 5.3 billion revenue collection represent the under collection by 1.4%, equivalent to 102 million, relative to the straight line projection of 75%. So the least performing equivalent to, as I said, this was on 102 million, but the least department are corporate governance, traditional affairs, which is COGTA, and community safety, under reflecting by 24.6% and 31.3% correspondingly. The Department of Roads and Transport, which is DRT, collected 66.5%, under collection by 7.5%. The Department of Economic Development, DED, collected an impressive 75.9%, while Treasury outperformed all departments by over-collecting by 21.5%. Likewise, other departments over-collected by 9.7% against the collective appropriated target. During the quarter under review, the overall GPG expenditure amounted to 2.8 billion, or 73% of the adjusted appropriation of 115.3 billion. The expenditure of the most departments fluctuates between 69 and 75% of the adjusted appropriation. The notable outliers deviating from the mean is Department of Human Settlement, 56%, Community Department, Community Department at 57%, GDAD at 61%, OOP at 63%, CSCR at 65%, eGov by 66%. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I must deal with, therefore, with critical concern. The committee is concerned about the following department of health. The uncertainty shown by the department regarding the invoices that may be paid, and the impact thereof on the expenditure payment of suppliers. With respect to social development, the appointment of the contractors and professional service providers whose performance is declared to be the poor. The Department of Infrastructure, the department's projecting improving expenditure to approximately 85% in the fourth quarter. This could be on the basis of such projection. With regard to human settlement, I think I already invoked the Rule 116, subsection 4, due to complexities of multiple stakeholders and interdependence in built environment, can adversely impact on the delivery of services, evidenced by the delays in finalizing agreement for rapid land release, the appointment of conveyancers to conclude township formalization, which impacts on the issuance of the title deeds and implementation of the protocols of transfer. With respect to road and transport, or road and logistic, there continues to delay in the appointing of the bus operators, which is the cause of concern. The impact of the delays is in appointment of the service provider for road infrastructure strategic framework for South Africa. On ensuring on the road network is delivered and maintained on the integrated manner. The failure to spend monies earmarked for EPW project is some worries for the portfolio committee. Failure to provide remedial action for the underperformance of conditional grants despite the expressed request to do so is a cause of concern. On agricultural and rural on agriculture and rural development, the utilization of transversal contract, which may impact on the provisions of the Constitution regarding the public procurement. On the sports, arts and culture and recreation, the prolonged process of filling funded vacant posts. With respect to the committee recommendations, and I think on health, I think we tried to cover that. After assessing the GPG state of finance, the portfolio committee recommends the following and requests the response by the 2nd of May 2023. The Department of Health should develop an e-invoicing strategy implementation, as the challenges of invoice verification are suggestive to be use of manual invoicing. On infrastructure development, the department should provide a foolproof plan to support accession of the expenditure, which will be improved to approximately 85% by the fourth quarter, as we have said earlier. But on human settlement, we must say that, again, it's consistent with the Rule 116, subsection 4. The department core business is built environment. Though it is imperative that they should develop and
Honorable
submit a
Member,
plan.
please conclude. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
If you are given 10 minutes, now, you must stick to your 10 minutes.
Yeah, after due consideration, of course, we adopted the report as portfolio committee. And in terms of 1172C, read with 164, the finance portfolio committee present to this House and recommend the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the third quarter of the GPG State of Finance report for the year 2022-23 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is there a seconder? Yes, go ahead, Honorable Member. Okay. All those in favor for the adoption of the report say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor say no. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, next order, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The next order is Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Matsage.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hereby will be tabling the Portfolio Committee third quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for the year 2022-2023 financial year. Deputy Speaker, may I humbly request the part of the report that I will not be tabling considered to be tabled by the House. I'll focus on the summary, concerns, recommendations, as well as acknowledgement and adoption. In terms of the summary, the department realized 50% of the set targets, therefore attaining 12 of the 24 set targets, whilst entities attained 56 out of the 91 planned targets, thus translating into a 62% achievement. This remains a concern as the department and entities continue to fail in attaining all targets. The committee noted that the department budgeted an amount of 397,666,000 and an amount of 392,621,000 was spent in the quarter under review, which translates to the spending of 98.73% of the allocation. It has therefore resulted into 5,043,000 under expenditure. In the quarter under review, the vacancy rate continues to be at 18.35%, with 7.45% within the department and 10.9% within the Gauteng Liquor Board. Critical positions such as the CEO and CFO of the Gauteng Gambling Board should be prioritized and appointed by the first quarter of the 2023-24 financial year. With departmental entities achieving 56 out of the 91 planned targets, thus translating into a 62%. The committee views this unacceptable as entities are at the core of service delivery, and these entities are key in unlocking potential jobs and are positioned to play an active role in the economy. Going forward, the department should ensure that plans to mitigate the non-achievement of targets are in place and ensure that the attainment of targets. And in this regard, the committee will continue to scrutinize the work undertaken by all departmental entities. The committee is of the view that the non-attainment of targets by entities seems to be a trend, as in the previous quarter, the entities failed to attain all set targets. The committee noted with concern that SMMEs within the Winterveld Hub were not paid within 30 days by the City of Tshwane. The committee found this as unacceptable as it impacts negatively on the SMMEs and their sustainability. The committee viewed this as unacceptable, as success of the SMMEs is dependent on payments made to service providers within the specific timeframes outlined by Government of Gauteng to sustain these businesses. The committee is of the view that the department should conduct and conclude its internal processes on the finalization of the draft Consumer Protection Bill by the end of the first quarter of the 2023-2024 financial year for submission to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The committee remains concerned on the Gauteng Liquor Board delays caused in implementing the automation system, and such concerns were raised with the department while scrutinizing the annual report for the year 2021-2022 financial year. This was also a glaring concern when scrutinizing the third quarter report, wherein the Gauteng Liquor Board failed to finalize this process, citing the following reasons which are similar to those raised previously. A tender was issued, however, the tender did not attract successful bids. Therefore, the fact that a successful bidder could not be appointed resulted in the cancellation of the tender. The committee deems the response provided by the department as irrational, as this project has been persistent challenge for 2 previous financial years. The committee noted that programs under township economy are underfunded, which makes it difficult to stimulate jobs and grow the economy. This is a concern for the committee in this regard. The committee, therefore, is concerned with the following. The committee is concerned with the department's inability to finalize the draft consumer protection bill. The committee is concerned about the non-attainment of planned targets within the department and its entities. The committee is concerned about the delays caused in the implementation of the automation system within the Gauteng Liquor Board. The committee is concerned about the non-payment of SMMEs within the Winterveld Industrial Hub. The committee is concerned about the township economy programs that are underfunded, the filling of the position of the CEO of the Gauteng Gambling Board, and other positions within this particular entity. Therefore, the committee recommends the following. The department should conduct and conclude its internal processes on the finalization of the draft consumer protection bill by the end of the first quarter for the 2023-24 financial year and submit to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The department should develop plans to remedy the non-achievements of targets, as the non-attainment of targets by entities seems to be a trend, noting in the previous quarter the entities failed to attain all such targets. The committee recommends that the Gauteng Liquor Board implements the automation system through attracting successful bidders who are qualified and capable to implement the project by the end of the first quarter for the 2023-2024 financial year. The department should ensure that SMMEs within the Winterveld Hub are paid within 30 days by the City of Tshwane, as the non-payment of service providers is unacceptable and impacts negatively on the SMMEs and their sustainability. Noting that payments have not been made since July 2022. Failure to reach an agreement through intergovernmental relations between the department and City of Tshwane, the department should pursue the legal route on behalf of SMMEs in receiving payments for outstanding invoices. Therefore, a report on the progress made to pay service providers accordingly and on a continuous basis should be submitted to the committee by the 31st of May 2023. The committee recommends that the department should look into the feasibility of increasing funding for programs under township economy, which have been underfunded, as this has made it difficult to stimulate job creation and grow the economy. The department should update the committee on filling of the vacant positions within the Gauteng Gambling Board, amongst others the position of the CEO. All this should be responded to the committee in writing by the 31st of May 2023. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge the MEC Motara, and officials of the department, as well as all the officials and CEOs of different entities within the department. Let me also extend my gratitude to all members of the committee, as well as the support staff. In terms of the adoption, after due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee anonymously adopted the committee oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Unanimously, my apologies, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Anonymously adopted the committee oversight report. Report on the 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development third quarterly performance report of the 2023-24 financial year. You will bear with me, Deputy Speaker. I'm from Magaliesburg, so anonymous, nalo shapa moto. Thank you. Same WhatsApp group.
Please give tips to Honorable Munyaine on keeping within time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the adoption of this report?
I rise to second, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Adams.
Who's that? Oh, Honorable Adams. Okay, thank you. I now check with those who want to adopt the report. Say yes.
Yes.
Those who do not want to adopt the report, say no. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you are anonymous, all of you, in adopting. Secretary, please read the next order.
The next order is Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development, table the third quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2022-23 financial year. Madam Speaker, I will focus on the executive summary, the committee findings and concerns, the committee recommendations, acknowledgements and adoption, and request the House to take parts of the reports that I will not read as read. On the executive summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, the quarter performance information report reflects on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, known as GDADE, for the end of quarter 3, that is between October and December 2022, against the predetermined annual and quarterly targets outlined in the 22-23 annual performance plan. The department set a target of 57 annual performance plans targets for the quarter under review. Overall, 45 targets were achieved, denoting a 79% achievement, and 12% were not achieved. The administration program could not achieve one target and was closely followed by the environment program, which failed to achieve 2 targets, while the agriculture and rural development with 9 unachieved targets recorded the highest number of unattained targets. The committee noted that the department's performance in the previous financial year was hampered by various challenges that impacted on their service delivery mandate, and it is important to ensure that these are given the necessary attention so that the delivery of services is enhanced. These includes the infrastructure delivery management system, related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. The committee continues to encourage the department to ensure that the service delivery mandate is achieved. The committee continues to note with concern the various capital-funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year and over the medium-term expenditure framework period have run for a long period without completion. The department spent 255,938,000 of the quarter appropriation, which equates to 93.98% of a budget for the quarter. The administration program spent 80,620,000 of the 65,347,000, which relates to 123% of the quarter budget. While the agriculture and rural development program spent 90,391,000 of the 130,691,000, which is 69% of the budget. And the environmental affairs program spent 84,927,000 of the 76,301,000, which relates to 111% expenditure. The year-to-date effect of budget utilization means that it is only the administration program that has reached levels commensurate with this stage in the budget cycle and have fractionally exceeded the upper boundary of 75%. The year-to-date effect of budget utilization, which is 232 million, and of the 498,930,000 for the Agriculture and Rural Development Program is low at 46.5% and suggests that this program will fall short of reaching the right levels of budget use with just a few days remaining of the financial year. The year-to-date effect of budget use for the Environmental Affairs Program of 227,000 of the 345 million sits at 65.69%, and that too falls below the lower boundary for budget use commensurate with this stage in the budget cycle. The GDADE planned for 57 APP targets in the quarter and achieved only 45, which equates to 79%. The recommendations, or in fact on the committee findings, Madam Speaker, the committee continuously observed that the department fails to spend its annual budget and never meets its planned targets. Moreover, there is lack of improvement on spending the allocated budget, continuous underperformance and not achieving planned targets, failure to support the township economy revitalization strategy and implementation thereof, continuous failure to align its budget with its planned targets, and under-expenditure is observed in agriculture and rural development and environmental affairs program. There's a lack of completing infrastructure projects and spending in goods and services due to tender processes that are being implemented through the open tender system. There's also delayed restructuring of the SCM unit, which continues to undermine the delivery of services by the department. On the summary of the recommendations tabled by the committee recommends that the department provide a quarterly update on how all the underachieved targets under the agricultural sector will be achieved, and also provide operational plans, put operational plans in place to ensure that the agricultural sector in the province is supported. They must also provide a comprehensive report on the implementation of the township economy revitalization to support the planned target of 40% on township spending. They must provide detailed quarterly reports on how it will align all its departmental targets with its expenditure and how the service delivery mandate will be achieved, and to further report on corrective actions that will be undertaken by the department on the under-expenditure experienced by the agriculture and rural development. Finally, ensure that the various capital-funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year and over the medium-term expenditure framework period, which have run for a long period, are completed. And on the acknowledgements, Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the contribution by the MEC, MEC Mbalin Hlope, the HOD, and all the senior staff in the department for their dedication during this process and their engagements. And further acknowledge the contribution by the members of the Portfolio Committee who diligently deliberated on these engagements. Also not forgetting the support staff who actually provides valuable assistance to the committee. And on adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the quarterly performance report on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2022-23 financial year and its recommendations for adoption. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Is there a seconder? Honorable Member, you can rise to second.
I rise to second, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Those who agree with the adoption say aye. Aye. Those who do not agree say no. The report is adopted. Secretary, next order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Order number 7, Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Mudize.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. A request is made that part of the reports that are not read be considered as read. And seeing that our responsibility is to come and table this report, the report will focus on the committee concerns, committee recommendations, acknowledgements, and adoption. Madam Speaker, the committee has 6 concerns that it has raised, and they are as follows. With respect to overall budget of the quarter, the committee is concerned that the budget was spent at 96%, and yet 67% of the targets were achieved. Number 2 is that with respect to Program 1, the committee is concerned that the targets related to procurement of budget allocated to people with disability-owned companies were not achieved. Number 3, with respect to Program 1, again, the committee is concerned that the targets related to procurement of budget allocated to military veterans-owned companies were not achieved. With respect to Program 2, the committee is concerned that there is a slow progress in completion of Fine Town Clinic project, Kekane Start Clinic, and Mandisa Shikeka Clinic project. 5, with respect to Program 2, the committee is concerned that the department failed to remove 500 immovable assets from the immovable assets register. 6, with respect to Program 2, the committee is concerned that the construction of the Trans-Orange Elsin School project was not completed due to termination of the contractor due to the poor performance from the contractor's point of view. Therefore, the following are committee recommendations, and all the written response are expected to reach the committee by the 28th of April 2023. 1, the department is to initiate measures that will ensure that there is an alignment between the input and the output. The department to engage the KZN Public Works Department to explore the implementation of a strategy of working closely with the South African Security Social Services in order to obtain a complete list of capable people with disabilities and submit the progress to the committee. The department to ensure that more effort is implemented, specify measures to be put in place in ensuring that targets related to procurement channeled towards military veterans companies are achieved. It is imperative for the department to reconsider all mechanisms in place to ensure that intervention employed are effective and bring out the desired outcome in ensuring that the following are completed and handed over to the client department before the end of first quarter of 2023-2024 financial year without any further delays. This will affect Fine Town Clinic, Kekane Start Clinic, and Mandisa Shikeka Clinic. 5, the department to report on the measures to be implemented to ensure that 500 immovable assets are removed from the asset register and specify detailed reasons why the assets should be removed. Last one, the department to ensure that more effort is implemented in terms of completing the Trans-Orange Elsin School project, which was not completed due to termination of contractors on the basis of their poor performance. On acknowledgement, the chairperson acknowledged the MEC Lebogang Maile, HOD Masabata Mutlaneng, and entire department executive for their effort in consideration of this report. Chairperson appreciates the diligent deliberation from honorable members, including the work that the committee staff continues to do to ensure that we meet our targets. On adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development third quarter report for the 2022-2023 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I second. Member Fuchs, I second.
All those in favor say aye. Those who are not in favor say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, please take us to the next report.
Transport and Logistic Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G Fleet Management for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
In the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department and its entities contributed to 2 provincial strategic objectives, namely 1, building a capable, ethical and developmental state, and 2, economic transformation and job creation. According to the department, this was achieved through the payment of 100% of service providers within 30 days, 42% of the department's discretionary procurement spend directed towards township suppliers, and they also continued with the construction of road projects wherein work is estimated to be at 40% completion on the K46 William Nicol, at 6% completion on the R82 Phase 2, at 61% completion on the K73 between Woodmead and Allendale Drive, and at 25% completion on the K101 from Olifantsfontein to N1 Brockfontein. Furthermore, the department also continued to monitor 1,869 subsidised buses with electronic monitoring devices to improve the reliability of the subsidised bus services to commuters, and this was done through small monitoring firms. Under the Transport Authority Gauteng, or it's commonly known as TAG, the committee noted that the department was able to develop and advertise the first draft of the Provincial Land Transport Framework, which has also been finalised for public comments, whilst the procurement process for the appointment of the service provider for the review of the ITMP 25 has been completed and the service provider was appointed in November 2022. In relation to achievement of service delivery targets, the committee noted that of the 22 targets applicable for the period under review, the Department of Transport and Logistics achieved 12 of these targets, which equates to 55%. The Gautrain Management Agency was able to achieve all of its 22 planned targets, and the G-Fleet managed to achieve 4 out of 5 of its planned targets, which equates to 80%. The department noted the improvements in the achievement of planned targets by the department and entities as compared to the last quarter. However, the committee noted that the department has also planned quite a number of what they would call annual targets, and the committee would urge that there is a need for the department to provide progress of these annual targets on a quarterly basis, so that at all times the committee is aware at where these targets stand in being achieved. In relation to expenditure in the quarter under review, the committee noted that the allocated budget of the department was adjusted downwards by 137 million rand from 8.7 billion to 8.5 billion. In the quarter under review, the department managed to spend an amount of 2 billion across all programs, whilst G-Fleet spent 132 million. The committee noted that most of the department's programs, except Gautrain, recorded slow expenditure during the quarter under review. The committee further noted that due to the slow expenditure, the department also utilised the adjustment budget process to review its budget allocation and surrender funds where spending may not be realised. The committee would urge the department to focus on resolving challenges affecting the implementation of planned service delivery targets before engaging on the surrendering of funds. On the non-financial performance per programme, the committee noted that the department and its entities continue to face challenges with the implementation of planned targets, particularly infrastructure projects. The main areas of non-achievement of the annual performance plan targets were mainly due to the projects that remain interdicted, and these include the K148 and the K31. The committee is deeply concerned over the continued delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects, particularly those that are ongoing and interdicted, and the impact that this has on motorists and users of our roads. On the targets not achieved, the committee noted that the department and entities have adopted a number of measures to address non-achievement, and these include the appointment of registered professional engineers, continuous internal budget management processes, as well as the strengthening of the Transport Infrastructure House, which includes online platforms with the capacity to monitor the daily work of contractors to improve service delivery. I now want to move over to the concerns of the committee, and they are as follows. With respect to approval of the new organisational structure, the committee is concerned over the delays in the approval process, as the structure is still to be submitted to the National Department of Public Service and Administration for approval, and the delays and the impact that this delay continues to have on the appointment of senior management and technical staff to execute planned service delivery targets. Number two, with respect to infrastructure projects, the committee is concerned over the continued delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects that are ongoing and interdicted, such as the K31 and K148. With respect to infrastructure projects, the committee is concerned over the slow progress on the appointment of the required technical skills to ensure proper project and contract management within the department. And lastly, with respect to the collection of revenue from licensing centres, the committee is concerned over the delays in the surrender of default payments by the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. I now move over to the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee, and they are as follows. And just to indicate that the committee requires feedback and reports by the 30th of May of this year on all of the recommendations. The first recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the approval of the new organisational structure costing by Provincial Treasury and submission to the National Department of Public Service Administration for approval. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the construction of the K31 and the engagements with legal services on resolving the guarantee issue, as well as the K148 interdict process. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the appointment of required technical skills, such as the 20 registered professional engineers in the built environment, to ensure proper project and contract management within the department. And lastly, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the surrender of the remaining balances of default revenue by the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality for the quarter under review. I should have at the start requested that the parts of the report that are not read be considered as read. And finally, as I come towards conclusion, we would like to express our appreciation to the MEC Kediboni Diali Tlabele, together with her HOD and the team, for their interaction with the committee and their support during this particular process. I'd also like to thank all honourable members of the Portfolio Committee for their interaction and engagement. And we'd also like to express our appreciation to the committee support team for their assistance and help during this process. After due consideration, the Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gautrain Management Agency and G Fleet Management Third Quarterly Performance Report for the 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency and G Fleet Management Third Quarterly Performance Report for the 2022-23 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? Honourable Member.
Thank you. I raise to second.
Thank you. I'm checking all those who agree with the adoption, say aye. Aye. Those who do not agree, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs Research and Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Member Hassan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to assume that if you can't hear me, you will let me know. I'm going to take parts of the report that I don't read as read, and I'll also ask your indulgence. I'm not too well, so there may be a few things I stumble over. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee noted that the department's expenditure incurred was 160,309,000 rands, of which 110% against an allocation of 145 million 321,000 rands in the 2021-2022 financial year. The material over expenditure indicated was 14,988,000 rands, and this is 10% overspending of the budget. Currently, the department has utilized 78% of its annual budget, and this is in line with the Public Finance Management Act. The department recorded an under expenditure amounting to 2,314,000 rands, which amounts to 2%. The committee has noted that on a total budget and expenditure to date, the department spent 74% for the 2022-2023 financial year. The department conducted one voter education program in the different regions of Gauteng. The Portfolio Committee also noted that ward committees are fully functional across 9 municipalities. 4 municipalities were monitored on anti-corruption measures. 9 municipalities were supported to resolve community concerns by community development workers. On risk assessment, the inability of the department to effectively support municipalities to be financially viable, the disruption of the administrative and political operations in hung municipalities, and the inadequate support for municipal service delivery on infrastructure projects. In terms of the committee concerns, only 9 municipalities had fully functional ward committees. This was the case as in the third quarter of the previous financial year. The inability of the department, number 2, to effectively support municipalities to be financially viable. Number 3, the disruption of the administrative and political operations in hung municipalities. And number 4, the inadequate support for municipal service delivery on infrastructure projects. In terms of proposed recommendations, all of these will require a written response to be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House, and they are all due on the 1st of May 2023. Number 1, the department should ensure that all ward committees in the 11 municipalities of Gauteng are fully functional to ensure that communities are represented on local government issues. The department should report on the progress of establishing fully functional ward committees in all those municipalities to the Portfolio Committee on a quarterly basis. Number 2, the department should provide the Portfolio Committee with reasons for not supporting municipalities effectively to be financially viable, and also to provide stringent measures that will be put in place to ensure support for municipalities to be financially viable. Number 3, the department should ensure there is legislation and regulations in place in hung municipalities to guarantee consistency and stability. Number 4, the department should ensure that there is adequate support for municipal service delivery on infrastructure projects. In terms of acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for COGTA and eGov, Honorable M. Kumalo, the Head of Department, Dr. D. Barclay and his team. As the Chairperson, I further wish to appreciate the diligence, dedication and commitment shown by all the members of the Portfolio Committee, members Ngube, Malema, Diache, Msimanga, Delanga, K. Adams, Dlamini, Atkinson, Makwala and Njokwe. And the committee's gratitude is also extended to the following support staff: our group committee coordinator, our senior researchers, our senior committee coordinators, our researchers as well as our media officers, information officers, and committee administrators. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with 164, the COGTA and eGov Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the third quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the 2022-2023 financial year, and I propose the recommendation for its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder?
Chair.
I second.
Please identify yourself. Oh, yes. Honourable Member. Please identify yourself for the record.
I rise to second.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member Mngube. All those who agree with the adoption, say aye. Aye. Those who do not agree, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of E-Government for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll take parts of the report as being read. The department responds to 3 Growing Gauteng Together priorities, namely number 1, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state with the objectives to promote provincial ICT oversight and governance and for provincial services on a digital platform. The achievements of this quarter are reported to be the ICT lifecycle roadmap that's been developed, the ICT standard, e-services that are developed and tested, open data set that's been published, data analytics projects that have been executed. Priority number 2, economy, jobs, and infrastructure with the objective to modernize using provincial ICT infrastructure with connectivity. The achievements for the quarter are reported to be sites provided with the wide area network and local area network. Priority 3, education, skills revolution, and health with the objective to stimulate the ICT industry and develop skills. The achievements for the quarter are reported to be 1,623 GPG staff trained on an online platform and 2,600 people benefiting from ICT skills development programs. The department reported on the targets set in the quarter. The reporting included achievement and non-achievement of set targets, as well as the reasons for non-achievement. Of the set targets, some were fully achieved and some targets from Program 1 and 2 were not achieved for various reasons as reflected below. On Program 1, percentage of procurement spent on companies owned by military veterans, the target was not reached due to delayed payments of goods and services. This was as a late delivery of services by the appointed service provider. Program 2, the number of sites provided with LAN was not reached as a result of the delayed processing of site documentation by the client department. The number of sites provided with voice over internet protocol was also not reached as a result of the delayed processing of site documentation by the client department. The number of Wi-Fi hotspots provided was not reached as a result of delayed processing of site documentation by the client department, and the number of ICT policies developed was not reached as a result of delayed consultation with external stakeholders before the policy could be developed. The Portfolio Committee notes with concern the reasons provided for underachievement, even though the department advanced mitigating endeavors. In terms of financial performance, the department reported 99% expenditure from an allocated amount of 481 million for the quarter. This translates to 1% under expenditure. Contributing to the underspending is vacant funded posts and the delayed implementation of projects. The Portfolio Committee notes the reason provided for the under expenditure and will continue to engage with the department to resolve the challenge. In terms of committee concerns, the underperformance due to the poor project planning and management, as well as what I've just mentioned, and the committee recommendations are as follows. The department should synchronize project and procurement planning with the overall performance planning. This will assist to avoid non-performance as a result of delayed, This will assist to avoid non-performance as a result of delayed procurement processes and non-compliance to project timelines and specifications by client departments. The written response detailing how the department plans to do the synchronization for the overall performance planning and procurement planning is due on the 28th of April 2023. In terms of committee acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends their gratitude to the Honourable MEC as well as the HOD for the Department of eGov. We also appreciate their diligence, dedication and commitment shown by the members of this Portfolio Committee, notably members Ngube, Malema, Macheke, Deyachem, Simanga, Njokwe, Makwala, as well as Delanga, Adams, Lamini, and Atkinson. The committee's gratitude is also extended to our support staff, our senior researchers, our senior committee coordinators, as well as information officers, media officers, etc. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we present the oversight report for the third quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of eGov for the 2022-2023 financial year, and we recommend its adoption. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Member Adams.
Member Diago rise to second.
Thank you, honourable members. Those who agree with the adoption of the report say yes.
Yes.
Those who do not agree say no. Thank you. The yes have it. Secretary, let's have the next order.
Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlements, including its entity for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Jovan.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to table the report of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly performance for the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for the 2022-2023 financial year. And I'll request the House to consider the area which I'm not going to read as being read. The Portfolio Committee noted that for the annual appropriation, the department received 6.6 billion and has spent 3.6 billion, of which translated to 50% of its total allocation at the end of the third quarter. The annual budget for the department has increased by 347 million when compared to the reported budget in the second quarter, which was 6.3 billion. The department allocated a total of 1.4 billion in the third quarter, and as the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 824 million, which translated to an overall expenditure of 11%, and the department was supposed to spend 100% by the end of the quarter under review. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department has improved in terms of paying service providers within the 30 days period. What is still lagging behind is an achievement of the provincial target on the procuring of goods and services rendered by women, youth, and people with disability. On the other hand, Gauteng Partnership Fund is doing well in terms of the achieving its target on procuring goods and services from women-owned business. The department seemingly changed their planned targets, even though the HOD shared with the Portfolio Committee that the adjusted 2022-2023 financial year APPs were not approved and that the department is still performing against the old performance indicators. The report has also looked into the financial and non-financial performance of the department and the GPF, which is an entity of the department. GPF has been tasked for the longest time with the implementing mega project, and there have been inclusion to their mandate, which is implementing of the upgrading of informal settlement program and a rapid land release program. The department did not achieve its target on procurement budget that target township-based business, as 0.30% was achieved against a planned target of 30%. Out of the budget of 376 million paid, 158 was spent on the township-based businesses. In relation to the percentage of procurement budget that targets business owned by women, the department did not achieve its target of 40% and managed to achieve 5.95% out of the 376 million paid. 22 million was paid to business owned by women. Regarding 20% of procurement budget that target business owned by youth, 11.74% was paid to business owned by youth. Out of the 376 million paid, to 44.157 million was paid to the business owned by youth. On the percentage of procurement budget that targets business owned by people with disability, 0.11% was achieved against the planned target of 5%. Out of the 376 million paid, 439 million was paid to business owned by people with disability. In terms of the number of units completed in hostels redevelopment project per financial year, there was no planned output for the quarter under review. With regard to a number of Johannesburg inner city hostels with completed bulk infrastructure assessment, there was no planned output for the quarter under review. This was a case even in the first and the second quarter. The annual target is 6. Sub-program urban renewal project. On the number of identified projects implemented in URP areas, Everton Extension 2, Winterfeld Extension 1, Beggersdal Extension 2, Alexander Extension 1, the planned target was 7. This target were not achieved. According to the department, this is because there were delay in finalization of SCM process. Everton 1 and 2, Beggersdal 1 and 2, including Winterfeld, were still in procurement stage. However, the Alexander Renewal Project was under the implementation process. Sub-program 2U ISP informal settlement. In terms of this number of informal settlement receiving interim services support, category A, B1, B2, and C, the planned target was 69 and the target was not achieved. A total of 62 informal settlement received interim sanitation services. Regarding the number of informal settlement receiving phase 2 upgrading, there was no planned target during the quarter under review. This was the case even in the first and second quarter. The annual target is 25. This department has already reported to the Portfolio Committee that this annual target might not be achieved because the financial year is ending in the next month. About the number of approved individual informal settlement upgrading plan prepared in terms of the National Upgrading Support Program, the plan target was 5 and 9 approved individual informal settlement upgrading plans have been prepared. The department is working towards achieving the annual target. In terms of the annual of social compact concluded with communities outlining the role in the upgrading process, there was no planned target for the quarter under review. However, 6 social compact and total of 14 are achieved to date, and the annual target is 22. In relation to the number of households benefited from interim water services, the planned target was 43,000. This was not achieved as no household benefit from interim water services. The department experienced a delay with procurement process for appointing a service provider to undertake the service. On the number of informal settlement upgraded to phase 3 of the upgrading informal settlement program USP, there was no planned target. On the committee findings and concern, the Portfolio Committee noted that the annual expenditure for the department is 56%, with the remainder of 44% of its budget to spend in the fourth quarter, and this is unlikely to be achieved by the end of the financial year. Then the Portfolio Committee noted that the department have achieved the planned target on the number of top structure completed, incomplete, abandoned, and block housing project with no indication of where the project are. Failure to achieve a planned target, a percentage of subsidy housing project enrolled with the National Home Builders Registration Council, the planned target for the quarter under review was 2. Lack of reporting on the allocation of conditional grant to municipality and expenditure incurred. With regard to GPF, lack of spending predominantly on goods and services and capital expenditure. On the committee recommendation number 1, the department should indicate how they are planning to spend the remaining 44% to avoid returning the money back to the Treasury by the end of the financial year. Recommendation 2, the department should state the areas and municipalities where the 248 units completed are for oversight purpose. Recommendation 3, the provide reason for not enrolling project with the NHBRC. Recommendation 4, provide details report of the allocated condition grant to municipalities and expenditure therefore. Recommendation number 5, the GPF should indicate how they are planning to spend fund on goods and services and capital expenditure line items in the remaining quarter. All these recommendations should be submitted in a written form by the 28th of April 2023. On acknowledgement, the chairperson of Human Settlement will wish to thank the MEC and the HOD, and also the chairperson will also like to thank the member of the committees for their dedication and support in the committee, And further, also would like to express our appreciation to the contribution to the support staff for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee present the oversight report on the third quarterly performance of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for 2022-2023 financial year, and propose recommendation is adoption. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Those who agree with the adoption of the report say aye. No. Those who do not agree say no. Meeting is adopted. Report is adopted. Thank you. Secretary, please read out the next order.
Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Health and Wellness for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honourable Paladi.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me request that parts of the report that I will not be able to read be considered as read by this House. The total appropriation adjusted budget for the department for the 2022-2023 financial year was 61 billion. By the end of the third quarter, the department spent 45 billion, amounting to 74.7% of its overall appropriation adjusted budget for that particular year. The committee is noting with concern the pattern of overspending under the administration, where 97% in the allocated budget with the excess of 3% for the remainder of the financial year. It is also important to note with concern that the department spent 20 billion against the planned target of 15.5 billion for medical legal claims in the department. The programs of the department were aligned with the key priorities, which are to provide affordable access to quality health care while promoting health and well-being, to phase in national health insurance with a focus on upgrading public health facilities, producing more health professionals and reducing the relative cost of private health care, increase average male and female life expectancy at birth to 70 years, progressively improve TB prevention and cure, reduce maternal, infant and child mortality to significantly reduce prevalence of non-communicable chronic diseases, to deploy primary health care teams to provide care to families and communities. Everyone must have access to an equal standard of care regardless of their income, and to fill posts with skilled, committed and competent individuals. Moreover, the department's programs were aligned with the growing Gauteng Together strategy. The department to continue implementing the 6-month intervention plan for priority programs to assist in improving performance further and help address gaps in provision of support services to improve clinical outcomes and prevention of negative outcomes of audit/stroke assessments by oversight bodies. On committee findings, the committee is concerned with irregular expenditure of 1,735 million. The committee is further concerned with the non-achieved target in payment of suppliers within 30 days, and also with the continuous underspending on EMS services is a concern, is a finding for the committee. On recommendations, the department should provide detailed report on what has contributed to the irregular expenditure and the mitigation plan. This must be a written response and is expected by the 28th of April 2023. Detailed report on factors that contribute to non-payment of invoices within 30 days and further outline a detailed mitigation plan. This is expected by the 28th of April 2023. Detailed committee recommendations further. The EMS program is overspending while the program is underperforming. The department to provide a detailed report on the breakdown expenditure across all the entities in the program. The responses are expected also on the 28th of April 2023. On acknowledgements, the chairperson wishes to thank the Honorable MEC for Health and Wellness, Nomantu Nkomorale Huku and her team, for the preparation of the third quarter report for 2022-2023 financial year and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by members. Highly appreciated is the selfless role of the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment. Member Litsie, Member Kanyani, Member Mfigwe, Member Bloom, Member Machene, Member Khadebe, Member Fuchs, Member Duplessis, and Member Alberts as well. I can't read Member Ghana, he should be removed from here. Last but not least, yeah, he left, he's not here anymore. Last but not least, I would like to acknowledge the support staff, Member Panchwambalo, Coordinator, Senior Researcher, Dr. Ninweli, Researcher, Dr. Mukonoto, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. N. Gidi, Committee Coordinator, Ms. N. August, Committee Administrator, Ms. Tim Somi, Service Officer, Mr. Aingobo Hansat, Staff, Mr. M. Makwela, Information Officer, Mr. Sibande, Communication Officer, Mr. Imukoka and Public Outreach Officer, Mr. N. Buthelezi. On adoption, Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health third quarter report for 2022-2023 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. The seconder.
Madam Speaker, Acting Speaker, Member Bloom to second.
Thanks, Member Bloom. Those who agree with the adoption of the report say aye. Aye. Those who do not agree say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Education for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Mpisi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In the quarter under review, the department achieved 2 out of 3 quarterly targets, indicating an achievement of 67%. Key highlights of the quarter under review include the following. The department reported that it continued to nurture its partnership with Italy, which is well known for its Reggio Emilia approach within the early childhood landscape. In terms of the department's programmatic overview, Speaker, and I'll take the areas that I'm not going to read as read. On Program 1, the committee noted the goods and services is slightly underspending, given most of its IT projects, which are done by eGov, and the underspending is attributed to the delays experienced in creating purchase order for office buildings, rentals, as the other service providers were not tax compliant. During the quarter under review, the department reports that its communication and media liaison team played a key role in developing and supporting campaigns such as the 2023 Gauteng Online Admission, Transport Month, School of Specialization, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Ntirisano, the Disability Rights Awareness Month, and the 16 Days of Activism campaign. On Program 2, Public Ordinary School Education, the department reported that through the Learner Transport Program, 168,000 learners are benefiting from this daily transport. Though the committee observed the overspending in this program in goods and service as a result of scholar transport, and hereby urged the department to put mechanisms in place to cap this and ensure that sustainable and provision for transport is not compromised. The committee also noted that the departments reported that 1.6 million learners had an access to the school nutrition program during the quarter under review. On Program 3, the department reported that a total of 89,932 learners were subsidized in the primary and secondary schools during the reporting period, while the total of 54,175 learners were subsidized in the primary phase during this period under review. On public special school education, the committee noted that the department's weekly support meetings were held with all the 15 districts to provide admission process for learners for special schools. In addition, the provincial waiting list was reviewed to ensure that the department mitigate the measures that were put in place to eradicate the waiting list for as far as possible by January 2023. On the early childhood, the department reported that during the quarter under review, the focus was to increase access to the grade R through the efforts, and to a total of 1,403 primary schools are offering grade R classes in our province. The department further reported that it continued to support 1,406 primary schools offering grade R, a total of 130,498 grade R learners were enrolled in our schools in the province. On the infrastructure, the committee noted that the department reports that it has identified 86 mobile schools that needed to be replaced. Of the 86, 4 were completed, namely Julius Sibulai Primary School, Menzi Primary School, Moses Kotane Primary School, and Nkone Maruping Primary School were replaced. However, the committee noted that it was not clear why only 4 mentioned schools are reported in the 2023, while all of them have been fully completed and operational for more than 3 years. On the committee's concerns, Deputy Speaker, the committee is concerned about the infrastructure challenges at the Durban Deep Primary School, Nansville Primary School, and the Bram Fisher Primary School. The committee is concerned about the health hazard posed to learners due to poor state of the ablution facilities at the Durban Deep Primary School. Though it is commendable that the implementation of the school sports policy and participation in school events is now realized, especially on 381 schools that have been identified across the province to participate in football and netball sporting code. On the recommendation, Deputy Speaker, the committee recommends that the department expedite to resolve the infrastructure challenges to the schools mentioned above. The department to provide the portable toilets to learners in the Durban Deep Primary Schools while awaiting for a new and refurbished premises. With respect to school sport, the committee hereby recommends that the department explore other sporting codes rather than focusing on football and netball only. The report should be sent to the Portfolio Committee by the 30th of June 2023. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee wish to thank the MSc for Education, Honorable Chilwani, and his senior officials for the presentation of the third quarter report and the substantial and sustained effort that they've made to inform the Portfolio Committee of the details of the quarter report. The chairperson would like to thank all the honorable members who are serving in this Portfolio Committee for their dedication and support during this process. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank all the support staff for the commitment that they have shown during the quarterly report process. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education third quarterly report for 2022-23 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's concerns and the proposed recommendation made above. Akensa, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Pisi. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Adams.
Yes, Deputy
Okay.
Speaker.
Thank you. I'm checking those who agree with adoption. Say aye. Those who do not agree, say no. Thank you. Report adopted. Secretary, next order, please.
Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm presenting the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, the committee report on the third quarter report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for 2022-23 financial year. May I request that parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read, Deputy Speaker. During the quarter under review, the Portfolio Committee acknowledged and noted with concern that the department had adjusted its budget downward by 129,238,000. The committee is concerned with the impact this would have on the already dire department's performance. The Portfolio Committee has noted with concern that the department's performance has gotten worse in this reporting period as they achieved 67% of their service delivery targets and their agency, the Gauteng Film Commission, achieving 31% of their service delivery targets. The department has been struggling with filling of the vacant positions for the last 3 financial years, which has been part of the reasons for the poor performance and the under-expenditure for that period. The Portfolio Committee is concerned that the department keeps reporting that they have advertised vacant positions, which was the case in the first quarter of the same financial year. For the quarter under review, they reported that they have a total of 257 vacant positions, and during the previous quarter, they were at 248 in the department, which clearly shows that the department is struggling to fill the vacancies. This is concerning because during the budget adjustment period, the department had to surrender an amount of 36,900,000 just for the vacant posts alone. However, the committee has noted that the department has advertised over 100 posts currently with the view of finalizing all of them soon, which it believes that this will have a positive impact on the department's performance going forward. For this quarter under review, the committee noted that the department still struggles with the employment of people living with disabilities as they keep missing the target of 5% and only achieved 1.3%, and they could not procure anything from the military veterans of the planned target of 3%. The committee is concerned with the GFC's performance for this quarter under review and to single out a project that was believed to be a potential flagship project for the agency, the Gauteng Discover Summit. The GFC had already sent out adverts and issued formal invites to the Portfolio Committee, and there was excitement that at last the agency will bring in much needed publicity for the Gauteng province, which will also contribute to the economy of the province. The summit was unfortunately postponed subsequently by the Film Commission on the same month when it was supposed to take place. The committee is concerned with the potential negative impact this would have had on the GFC's relationships with the potential partners who were already on final stage of the project with the GFC. To name a few, Canon, SAPC, Samsung, Vodacom, Brand SA, Appen, Brew, and ITC. It was reported that some of the recommended projects that were not achieved or approved were due to the GFC board taking them for a review. The committee plans to invite the board to give clear reasons on the postponement of those projects and those that are taken for a review. For the quarter under review, the department budgeted 250,844,000 and spent 253,578,000, which represent 101.09%. and overspending by 1.09%. As far as the compliance requirements, the departments achieved 90% of valid invoices received paid within 15 days and 99% of valid invoices paid within 30 days. For the quarter under review, the department achieved 61 of their 92 APPs, which represents 67% of their APPs. And the Gauteng Film Commission achieved 8 of their 26 APPs, representing only 31%. Program 1 administration received quota budget allocation of 34,632,000, and they managed to spend 32,836,000, which is 94.81%, and an underspending of 5.19%. On Program 2, Cultural Affairs, the department received a quota budget allocation of 46,269,000, and they managed to spend 52,107,000, reflecting 110.46% expenditure with 10.46% overspending. Program 3, Library and Archival Services, it received a quota budget allocation of 89,102,000, and they managed to spend 82,059,000, which reflects 92.10% expenditure, reflecting an under expenditure of 7.9%. On Program 4, Sport and Recreation, it was allocated a budget of 80,841,000, and they managed to spend 87,576,000, reflecting an expenditure of 108.33%. The GFC was allocated an amount of 11,890,000 for this quarter under review, and they managed to spend 7,670,000, reflecting 65% expenditure and underspending by 35%. On committee finding and concerns, the committee is concerned with the department's overall poor performance that is stagnant regardless of the committee previous recommendations to fill vacant positions. That is key to improving performance. The committee is concerned with the non-performance of the Gauteng Film Commission on the planned projects due to the board's decision to take some projects for a review. On recommendations, the committee, based on the information set out here above, recommends the following: that the department to submit a detailed strategic plan to turn things around in the department, and the report must reach the committee by the 31st of May, that the GFC board to submit a detailed report on all projects and programs that were put for a review for the court under review. That report must also reach the committee on the 31st of May in 2023. On acknowledgements, the committee would like to thank the MEC for sports, arts, culture, and recreation, with the acting HOD and their officials for participating in the process. We further appreciate the diligent deliberation of honorable members of the committee, and we also thank the legislature committee support team On adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee tables the oversight report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation third quarter performance report for the 2022-23 financial year for the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Is there a seconder? A seconder?
I rise to second, Speaker.
Oh, Honorable Mdisa, thank you. Those who are in favor of the adoption, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, the next order, please.
Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Masuku.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to honorable members and the citizens of Gauteng. I would like to request that the parts of the report that have not been read out loud be taken as read and to be duly considered. The committee noted that the department continues to discharge its oversight functions over law enforcement agencies through the Gauteng Integrated Police Performance System to improve policing and ensure safer communities. Through the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Program, the department reported to have coordinated and provided strategic guidance and supported victims of gender-based violence and femicide. The committee also noted the department's conducted and participated in primary prevention operations in efforts to reduce crime in the province. The department achieved 39 of its 42 targets which were planned for the quarter under the review, marking 93% target achievement. The committee also noted the efforts of the department to improve quality of policing by monitoring police performance through announced and unannounced police station visits, particularly at 55 priority stations which are identified to have poorly performed over the years. However, it is concerning that the poor state of policing in the province, which has led to the increased number of crime rate in the province by 7.1% on the 17 community-reported crimes. Total contact crimes, which include crimes such as murder, attempted murder, robbery, assaults, increased by 8.3%, and other serious crimes increased by 10.4%. Property-related crimes increased by 3.9%. The committee also welcomed the report of 275 crime prevention operations which were conducted in townships and informal settlements and hostels. This resulted in 58 arrests, mainly for stolen vehicles, 81 for stolen vehicles that were recovered. The department also audited 450 crime dockets, tracked 250 GBVF cases within the criminal justice system. Under the period under review, which is generally characterized by festive season, the department, through its traffic management program, heightened road safety enforcement operations. The department also supported crime prevention operations by other law enforcement agencies, including Operation Ukai Mulau. The committee welcomed the report that additional 172.8 million was allocated to the department to fund recruitment of 6,000 crime prevention warden, the procurement of 400 patrol vehicles, 5 helicopters, and 144 drones. That will assist as part of the elevated priorities to enhance police visibility under which will achieve crime reduction. The committee further wishes to reiterate its discontentment with the senseless killing related to gang violence, particularly in El Dorado and Westbury, as well as in Tshwane, and also the increase of violence in our schools. Whilst the committee welcomed the efforts of the department, law enforcement agencies, a new multi-sectoral strategy must be enhanced and must be implemented in all essence, as we are facing a high rise of crime in our province. The department projected budget for the quarter under review was 266.2 million, and 271 million was spent. This represents 102 expenditure, overspending by 4.8 million. The department year-to-date expenditure to consider this report was 784 million, marking 57% of 1.37 billion adjusted allocation. On Program 1, the department has been able to spend 48.7 million of the 43.2 budgeted and projected for the quarter. On Program 2, the department has been able to spend 61.6 million of 62.2 million. For Program 3, the department has been able to spend 160.7 million for the quarter. On the committee's oversight, any other on the other matters that are not on the focus area, the committee had received the report on the crime stats from the South African Police Service, which noted the increase on the number of crime around the province, and now we have to address those issues going forward. The committee concerns is the upsurge of the crime, including the prevalence of gang-related crime, the increased acts of violence in our schools, the functionality of CPF, patroller teams and youth prevention desks in crime prevention, the department inability to reduce high vacancy rate, the lack of integration by law enforcement agencies in crime prevention, the department inability to achieve reduction on road carnage. The committee's recommendations are as follows. The department must enhance its oversight function in collaboration with all relevant role players to develop new and strengthen crime prevention strategies for safer communities. This response is needed by the 28th of April. The department must enhance its school intervention program through multi-sectoral approach to create safer learning environment at schools. The department must provide a report on impact of CPF, CSF's patroller teams, youth crime prevention desks. The department must strengthen its effort and expedite the filling of all vacant funded posts. The department, through the integrated police performance system, must develop and implement mechanisms to enhance integration with all the other law enforcement agencies. The department must review its road safety strategy to improve its performance and achieve the reduction of fatalities. The responses of all these recommendations are actually put for the 28th of April. On acknowledgements, the chairperson, on behalf of the committee, would like to thank the Honorable MEC of the Department of Community Safety, Honorable Faith Nonhlanhla Mazibuko, the HOD, Mercy Sulu, and the team in cooperating in making the assessment easy for the third quarterly report for the financial year 2022-2023. It further wishes to thank members of the committee, Honorable Malubane, Honorable Kanyele, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Robinson, Honorable Masoleng, Honorable Mdlankomo, Honorable Hoffman, with their due diligence and participating in the committee and making sure that we're able to do the proper assessment. We also further thank the support staff as led by the committee coordinator and the team. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby presents this report for the House for adoption. I thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Secretary, may we have the next order?
Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Mukherjee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I am going to request that parts of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as tabled by the House. And I would also like to pass my greetings to honorable members in the House and those who are on the virtual platform. I, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee's third quarter report of the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year as follows. The committee acknowledged that the period under review, the department continued to enhance its contribution to the Tshepo 1 million through youth internships, expanded public works and welfare to work programs by developing youth, women and persons with disabilities potential through incorporating them to other development initiatives. According to the department, a total of 7,112 work opportunities were created through the EPWP program and 11,877 welfare to work participants were also reached. The department further reported to have paid 99.93% suppliers within 30 days and 91.73% suppliers within 15 days to ensure that SMME's cash flow and financial sustainability is improved. During the period under review, 5,800 older persons were reached in residential facilities and 19,889 older persons were also reached through service provided by funded community-based care and support facilities. The committee acknowledged that 3,907 persons with disabilities were reached through protective workshops and 1,601 through residential facilities. In breaking the cycle of poverty and violence among victims of abuse and contributing to women empowerment, the committee acknowledged the 1,380 women on child support grants which are linked to economic opportunities, and 16,132 women participated in the empowerment programs. On financial performance, Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the year 2023 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of 5,537,037. During the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1,408,495,000 across all programs, representing 92% of the allocated budget compared to the 1,527,547,000 projected budget under the quarter under review. In terms of expenditure per program, the committee noted that on administration, the department managed to spend 196,366, which translates to 92%, and on social welfare service, the department spent 260,155, which translates to 99%. On children and families, it spent 502,907, which translates to 99%. On restorative services, the department has spent 220,388,000, which translates to 76%. And lastly, on development and research, it spent 228,679,000, which translates to 89%. On achievements, the committee acknowledged that on procurement targets that are related to historically disadvantaged individuals, the department managed to spend 86.63% on women, 47.78% on youth, 17.8%, while on persons with disabilities, the department spent 5.85%. The committee acknowledged that 47.78% was spent on women, the committee further acknowledged that the department reported to have paid 99.3% in its providers within 30 days and 91.73% was paid within 15 days. On township economy, the department reported to have spent 42.37% with a total of 224 purchase orders issued to youth-owned companies through preferential procurement. In relation to conditional grant, the committee noted with concern that the department is underspending on the EPWP initiative grant, and that was due to the late submission on the third quarter compliance documents by some NPOs. The information on payments was finalized in December 2022, and the payments were only processed in the first week of January 2023. On concerns and findings with respect to the victim-friendly rooms, the committee is concerned with the condition of the victim-friendly rooms in police stations across the province. On recommendations based on the information set out here above, as well as the committee concerns, the committee is therefore recommending as follows. There are only 2 recommendations that needs to be responded to on the 31st of May 2023. The department should provide a detailed report on the status of the victim-friendly rooms and how the 2.9 million additional funding for victim-friendly rooms will be utilized. The department should provide an update on the finalization of user agreement and donation agreement with the National Department of Public Works and the Infrastructure and Gauteng of Infrastructure Development as it relates to the infrastructure buildings that were supposed to be converted to shelters. On acknowledgements, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Bali Sope, the HOD and officials of the department. The chairperson would also like to express appreciation to members of the committee, Member T. Makagula, R. Nseche, J. Mele, B. Badenhorst, D. Adams, B. Engelbrecht, and Member Kekana for their commitment during the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberations on the first quarter report. The committee would also like to thank officials that supports the committee, A. Mjaka, S. Ngwala, Z. Mbalo Mpanchwa, S. Noleni, N. Jikolo, J. Muloi Tinzuke, D. Ngwenya, N. Klebi, L. Mantata, K. Kulu, and M. Makwela for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, Honorable Deputy Speaker, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the third quarter performance report on the social development for the 2022-2023 financial year in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, I rise to second the report, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntseke. Those who support the adoption of the report say aye.
Aye.
Those who do not support say no. The ayes have it. The report adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following SDC reports for the year ended 31st of March 2022 as follows. Department of Education, Department of Infrastructure Development, Department of Health, Department of Social Development, Gauteng Film Commission, Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Department of Community Safety, Medical Supplies Depot, Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng Partnership Fund, and Gauteng Housing Fund.
Let me call upon Honorable Saki. Kanyile, Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees, for baptizing me. Chair, I, Sochaile Kanyile, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, table the committee's oversight reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the departments and entities as called out by the Secretary. I request that these reports be taken as tabled because I will present a short consolidated report of all the oversight reports of the committee. The Deputy Chair of Committees, this is the third time we are presenting the reports. We have raised several matters in the past sessions of the sittings of this House, which must be considered as we table these reports today. Deputy Chair of Committees, please allow me not to detail the audit findings of departments and entities because the portfolio committees reported on these when they tabled their oversight reports on the 21-22 annual reports at the sittings which were held late last year. I, however, would like the House to note that of these reports we are tabling today, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements attained a qualified audit opinion, and the Housing Fund received a disclaimer audit opinion. We are elevating these because we want the House to note the plan which are commendable and the commitment by the MEC, Honorable Maile, to drive these to improve their audit opinions. In the case of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, there's been areas of findings in the previous audit reports which the MEC has driven the department to resolve. Whilst in the case of the Housing Fund, the MEC has assured the committee that processes have been put in place to ensure that it refocuses on its mandate and that it complies with the relevant legislation. Most importantly is the cooperation to which the MEC and the Office of the Auditor General have committed to address all these areas of findings. Deputy Chair of Committees, during its oversight process, SCOPA conducted public hearings with the Gauteng Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, and Gauteng Department of Human Settlements and their entities. These, together with Gauteng Department of Education and Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, are the 5 departments which SCOPA has prioritized as part of its in-year oversight process. This was done because together these departments account for not less than 90% of the budget of Gauteng Province. Also because the Auditor General of South Africa has prioritized these for audit of material irregularities. Deputy Chair of Committee, SCOPA is reporting that the oversight on the identified material irregularities found by the AG should be a process where SCOPA and portfolio committees play a role to support the speedy implementation of the stated recommendations by the Auditor General of South Africa. SCOPA has considered the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa on the performance audit of the various departments and entities. The committee is of the view that findings on what is also referred to as the predetermined objectives is a challenge to the processes of the portfolio committees, who look at these contained in the quarterly reports. It is in this regard that SCOPA has resolved that it will work with portfolio committees to improve in this regard, or for improvement in this regard. Deputy Chair of Committees, the committee sends the words of appreciation to the following who at the beginning of the committee's oversight process on 27 September 2022 provided the support or provided the reports as indicated, which helped the committee with in-depth understanding of the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa. The report of the Office of the Premier of Gauteng on forensic, Chair, the report of the Office of the Premier on the Gauteng Forensic Unit report on the UIF and W investigations and Gauteng Provincial Government departments and entities. The report by the MEC for Finance and on the assessment of consolidated annual financial statements and consolidated audit outcomes. The report by the Office of the Public Service Commission in Gauteng on GPG Department's public administration practices, and the report by Gauteng Office of the Public Protector on investigations related to Gauteng for the period 21-22 and outstanding for prior years. As always, the Gauteng Business Unit of the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa, led by Ms. Melissa McCarthy, has continued to aptly play its role as an enabler of oversight. We also appreciate the cooperation which we have received from the MECs who led their departments and entities when they appeared before the committee, and all the members of the Executive Council led by the Premier, who ensure that their departments and entities submit the responses to SCOPA preliminary questions. Further, a word of appreciation to the support staff of the committee, without whom this process would not have been successfully completed. Lastly but not least, the time and dedication by members of the committee who, through their diligent deliberations during this process, ensure that a thorough oversight is undertaken on these reports to contribute in the move towards ethical governance in Gauteng Province. These are Honorable M.J. Kanyane, Honorable R.J. Kekane, Honorable P.P. Mncube, Honorable M.J. Mudise, Honorable A. Dilange, Honorable P. Atkinson, Honorable A.W. Cilliers, Honorable A.M. Randall, and Honorable B.F. Badenhorst. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted its reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following departments and entities for the year ended 31 March 2022. Gauteng Department of Community Safety, Gauteng Department of Education, Gauteng Department of Health, Medical Supply Depot, Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng Housing Fund, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Department of Social Development, Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, and Gauteng Film Commission. In terms of Standing Rule 1172C, read together with 164, the committee presents to this House these reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Can I get a seconder? Any seconder to the report?
I move for the second of the report.
Yes. Honorable Munyai, can you rise and second properly?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I rise to move for the adoption of the report.
You second the report. Thank you very much. Let me now put a question. All those in favor say yes. And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the principle of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Chairperson, Honorable Munyai, present the Finance Committee's report on the principles of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I, Chilidzi Munyai, the Chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, tables the report of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 as follows. Section 27, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, Act number 1 of 1999, enjoins the member of the Executive Council responsible for finances in the province to table the provincial annual budget in the legislature not later than 2 weeks after the tabling of the national annual budget by the minister in line with section 271, subsection 1 of the PFMA, unless an extension is granted. To this end, the minister tabled the national annual budget for the year 2023-2024 financial year on Wednesday, the 22nd February 2023. Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill was tabled in the House by the Honourable MEC for Finance on Thursday, 9 of March 2023. The bill provides for an appropriation of money from Gauteng Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirements of Gauteng Province in respect of the financial year ending 31st March 2024 and to provide the related matters. South African economy is still stumbling from the effects or the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic. 2023 MTEF budget is tabled in an environment characterized by the fiscal constraints together with low economic growth resulting from electricity supply constraints or the electricity crisis, not to mention the levels of poverty, unemployment and inequality have intensified post-COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, limited resources are optimally allocated to address the prevailing socio-economic challenges, to promote sustainable growth and development, and ensure access to the service delivery. Despite the foregoing challenges, the Gauteng provincial government remains dedicated to the mandate of implementing the Growing Gauteng Together 2020-2030, which is GGT 2023. It is five elevated priorities to reposition the province towards the realization of a vision of the building of Gauteng City Region, GCR, and improving the lives of Gauteng citizens. The five GGT 2030 and improving the lives of Gauteng citizens, including the life of Gauteng citizens, relate to the, amongst others, to deal with the priorities, including the economic recovery by prioritizing the townships, strengthening the immediate fight against crime and corruption, vandalism and overcoming the lawlessness, improving the living standard in the township, informal settlement and hostel, prioritizing of the healthcare and wellness of our people, and strengthening the capacity of the state to deliver effectively and efficiently. It is noteworthy that the high levels of crime in the province undermines public safety and pose a risk to economic growth. It is against this backdrop that the allocation for 2023 medium-term expenditure framework places emphasis on crime-fighting intervention, hence the elevated priority of strengthening the battle against corruption. Vandalism and also lawlessness receive a significant budget increase over the MTF period. However, additional resources has been provided for the MTF period for health, education, infrastructure, investments to restore the budget baseline in frontline department, thereby enhancing the delivery of essential services and supporting economic growth and recovery. As the custodian of the provincial purse, public purse, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury is a partner of the Portfolio Committee in the budget oversight process. Through this process, the Portfolio Committee satisfied the constitutional imperative for legislative approval of the budget. During this process, the Portfolio Committee ensures transparency of the budget, accountability by the Executive Council, and that the department budgets allocations are directed to priority areas and projects supporting provincial and national priorities. The report presents estimate of the provincial expenditure transfer payment, capital expenditure allocation, and allocation conditional grants. From the report, the Portfolio Committee will draw conclusion and the recommendation for the year 2023 Provincial Appropriation Bill. What I didn't read, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, should be considered read. with respect to the principle of the bill, and I think it is there, and I'll go to the critical issues. Honorable Chairperson, just give me a second, just to conclude, but it's critical before I put down the committee recommendations to indicate that the budget for the financial year under review aims to stimulate Gauteng economy by adequately resourcing the special economic zone, which are the SEZ, and reimbursement of the industrial parks through provincial industrial revitalization program, which will ultimately create jobs within the province. Moreover, included the 2023-2024 budget makes provision for the upgrading and rehabilitation for the strategic roads maintenance, as well as the implementation of the freight initiatives. Over and the budget above the positive spin-off of the job creation. The recommendation is noted, and I won't waste much of the time, but the critical issues, I must thank the Honorable MEC and the HOD and the team and the supporting staff who are the backbone of this portfolio committee, led by Ntatensan. So therefore, after the due consideration, Deputy Chairperson, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the report on the principle of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 for the year 2023 in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with the Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to the House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 year 2023. I thank you very much, the Deputy Chair.
Let me get a seconder.
Here.
Mary Khamela.
Mary Khamela move to second the report.
Do we get, I'm now going to raise a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Consideration of parts of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2023 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Let me call upon Honorable Munyai to present the committee's report on the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Ntate Munyai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and Honorable Members. I, Chidizi Munyai, the Chairperson of Finance Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee report of Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002 year 2023, for the year 2022-23 financial year as follows. The bill is endorsed by Section 31, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act, that is PFMA of 1999, which enjoins the MEC of Finance to table adjustment budget on provincial legislature. Therefore, it is against this backdrop that the budget of the of provincial legislature, therefore, we must make sure that the approval to amend the Gauteng Provincial Adjustment Appropriation for the year 2022-2023, as tabled on 24 November 2022, is requested. Subsection to Gauteng Provincial Treasurer's tabling adjustment appropriation on 24th November the year 2022, amounting to the amount of the 155.348 billion. The National Department of Transport and the National Department of Human Settlement is consulting with the National Treasury, reduce the conditional grants to the national, to the province by the 297.475 million. Whilst the National Department of Basic Education and the National Department of Health is in consultation with the Treasury. There's an increase in the conditional grants by the province to the province by 296.626 million. The net effect of being reduction of the budget of the province by 849,000 from the 155.348 billion to 155.347 billion. And I'm sure the due process has been followed. The Honourable Deputy Chairperson, what I didn't read should be considered read before this House. So therefore, Honourable Chairperson, it is important that I must be able to thank the Honourable, the MEC and the Head of Department, Ms. Mnyani, and the official of Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Thanks to the appreciation to all Finance Portfolio Committee, Honourable Mukhale, Dr. Palali Dikhamela, Dr. Masuku, Honourable Masuku, Honourable Kanyile, Honourable Randall Atkinson, and also Robinsons, and Honourable Dilange, and Honourable Madlankomo, and Makwala, and Mdlankomo, and Makwala, and also Maken. The committees also extend the highest gratitude to the following support staff: the Group Committee Coordinator, T. Budibe, Senior Committee Coordinators, Datenzane, Researcher, Mechilwane, Legal Advisor, Mengubani, Senior Information Officer, Nzibande, Media Officer, Dikola, Committee Administrator, Ndate Mabuza, Service Officer, Mem Simang, and Hansard Recorder, Messing. With respect to the adoption of the report, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the report on the second Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002 for the year 2023, in terms of Rule 1172, 117 subsection 2 and C, read with the Rule 164 of the Finance Portfolio Committee, present to this House and recommend the adoption of the committee's report on the second Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002 of 2023 for the year 2022-2023 financial year. I thank you, the Honourable Deputy Chairperson.
Is there a seconder? Mayor Khamela.
I move to second the report. Thank you.
I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the principle of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002-2023, for the 2022-2023 financial year.
And Munyai, present the report.
There's no any other report, Makubs. All reports were dealt with succinctly. So, the rules. Honourable Deputy Chair.
And can you just read only the principle of that report, and then you just move that you adopt it?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson and Honourable Members. The principle of the bill is a provincial appropriation bill that provides appropriation of money from the Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirements of the province to the province of Gauteng in respect of financial year ending 31st March 2024, and to provide the matters incidental thereto. The 2023 MTF budget was prepared in an environment, as I said, with fiscal constraints, the level of poverty and unemployment, and all those issues related to COVID-19. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Just move for the adoption.
I therefore move Deputy Chair, for the adoption.
Can you read the same rule that you used?
172.
I know.
Section 2, subsection C.
I thank you, the Honorable the Deputy Chair. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted this report on the principle of the Provincial Appropriation Bill, and in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to the House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023.
Thank you very much. Let's get the seconder, Mir Khamela.
I second the report. Thank you.
Let me now raise a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And all those who are not in favor say no.
No, no, no.
The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Consideration of the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002-2023 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
You'll just indicate, do you have all those, just read the report, Ntate Munyai?
I thank you, the Honorable the Deputy Chairperson, and I'm sure
you'll consider that we are now on the separate votes, and you have to indicate whether you are just going to read them at once or you read them separately. There are four votes, so you just indicate whether you read collectively or you are going to read them separately.
reading them collectively, the Honorable Deputy Chair and the Honorable Members.
You are on the floor, continue.
So, again, I, Chirizim Nyai, the Chairperson of Finance Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee report for both Golf 001 and Golf 002 respectively for the year 2022-23 financial year as follows. That the bill endorsed by Section 31 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, which enjoins the MEC for Finance to table those adjustments, and subsequently to Gauteng Treasury tabling those adjustments on the 24th of the report. But Honorable Deputy Chairperson, please consider all those reports read where I could not read them before this House. But I'll appreciate that before even I go to the issues, because these reports are more or less similar, that I must be able to go to the issues relating to recommendations that the department whose service delivery is dependent on other spheres of government should ensure the integrated development planning with such spheres of government to circumvent such interdependence impacting on their service delivery and untimely financial performance. So it is important that there should be increase in allocation for health, which will augment the allocation for National Health Insurance Grant, which is the NHI, and thereby enabling the sector to provide the services adequately and effectively. While monitoring the challenges faced by the department in relation to expenditure on the grants, The concern is that slow spending on this grant means the department might not be able to address the backlog and will, as a consequence, not able to keep up with increasing need of the bulk services. I, therefore, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, collectively, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee really meant and considered this report. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164 on the Finance Portfolio Committee, we present to the House both reports and recommend that adoption of the committee's report on both report be considered relating to the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill for the year 2022-2023 financial year. I thank you, the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder.
Here.
Memorali.
I rise to second, Deputy Chair, please.
Thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. Let's move, Secretary, to the next order.
Decision on the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill, G002, 2023, for the 2022-2023 financial year.
I will now put a question on the separate votes in terms of Rule 223.3. We have that as the 4 votes, and there are declarations. I'll start with the first one, which is health. I'll start also with Megadebe, who indicated that she wanted to say something on vote for Department of Health. In the absent, now I will just now pose a question on vote for Department of Health. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. And now move to vote 5, Department of Education. And again, we've got May Masilela that she wanted to make a declaration. May Masilela.
Chairperson.
Okay, cool.
Speaker, though an increase in the budget adjustment for budget vote 5 should be commendable, especially when it is meant for betterment of the education system in the province. But as the EFF, we cannot support the adjustment because we know that the department does not have capacity to fully utilize the education infrastructure grant. The MECs have been focused into paperless classroom concept and schools of specialization and giving tablets to public schools and neglecting schools infrastructure that has collapsed. We do not even know how this paperless classrooms and schools of specialization has improved the quality of education in the province because teachers themselves struggle using those tablets. Schools are becoming targets of criminals because of these gadgets. Instead of building proper infrastructure and classroom to accommodate increased learner population, this department is providing mobile classrooms that are overcrowded. They are even in the dark as how to many mobile classrooms they have provided in the province because they are just reactive instead of being proactive. We cannot support any budget adjustment for this budget vote where the online learners registration is so racist. It is only black children who must fight for placement every year. You will never see white parents and their children fighting for school placement. For black children, education is a privilege, not a right in this province. As the EFF, we do not support any budget adjustment for budget vote 5. I thank you, Speaker.
Yeah? Let's continue. There was a declaration. I don't have any other declaration. Now I'm going to pose a question to say all those who are in favor of the adjustment on this particular vote, say yes. And those who are not in favor say no. So the yes have it.
Even Masilela said yes.
I'm now going to read. Vote 8, Department of Human Settlement. Also, we've got a declaration, and the declaration, it's a Metong.
Thank you, Speaker. We want to indicate that as the EFF, we do not support the adjusted budget allocation to budget vote 8. The decrease is because of failure by the department to spend the conditional grant in the informal settlement upgrading grant. We want to make it known to this House and people of Gauteng in general, including our communities who are stuck in informal settlement in this province, that the department has failed to spend excess of 236.9 million in conditional grants, which was meant to upgrade informal settlement in the province. They furthermore failed to spend the excess of 17 million of the Human Settlement Development Grant in the financial 2021-2022 financial year. Speaker, this cannot be attributed to the poor financial management within the department. We want to believe that the problem lies solely with the lack of capacity in this department. The department does not have requisite skills, capability, and capacity on how to draw proper plans to use grants allocated for the people of the province. It is clear that Office of the Premier as well as Treasury have failed to exercise oversight because not even a single person was held accountable for denying our people their basic rights. Consequences management is a foreign concept in this administration. We do not support the budget appropriation bill on budget vote 8. Thank you.
That was the only declaration that we have. I now pose a question for all those in favor of this adjustment. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. No. The yes have it. I now go to vote 9. That's roads and transport. And road and transport, we have a declaration that's Masuleng. Masuleng.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, according to the Department of Roads and Transport, its primary mission is to facilitate and provide an integrated transport system that is reliable, accessible, safe, and affordable for the residents of Gauteng. We therefore, as the EFF, cannot support any budget adjustment that affects the public transport operating grant. This grant has been reduced by a whopping 97 million. Most of our people rely mostly on existing public transport such as taxis and buses. As we speak, trains are no longer operational because of vandalism of the rail infrastructure, which makes taxis and buses the only modes of transport for Black African majority. Black people risk their lives every day to get to work and home, and the recent mess that has been created by the department not renewing bus operation. Can I be protected, Deputy Chair? Please. This is my time. Black people risk their lives every day to get to work and home, and the recent mess that has been created by the department not renewing bus operators' contracts has contributed to the decrease in PTOG grant. Given our history of racial special development, the previous racist regime placed Black people far from economic activity and provided transport systems that only served the purpose of providing cheap, easily disposable labor of the comfort of whites who live in cities. The majority of our people rely on minibus, taxis, and buses. However, Gauteng built an expensive Gautrain which does not serve the majority poor.
it gets the billions in budget allocation each financial year. Will you not support the budget adjustment appropriation bill on vote 9? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Did you hear that? We
That
don't
was,
support it.
let's have order. That was the only declaration that we have. I'm now going to call a question. I'm going to pose a question to say, all those in favor say yes, and all who are not in favor say no. And then the yes have it. So, Secretary, can you read the next order?
Decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002-2023, for the 2022-2023 financial year.
I'm now put a question in terms of Rule 223.6 on the schedule to the Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002-2023. Now, here's the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Motion in terms of Rule 1172, subsection A, read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G002-2023, for the 2022-2023 financial year.
I now call upon MEC Ntate Mamabolo to table the motion in terms of Rule 117.2A, read with Rule 223 and 224. Honorable Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, and to honorable members. Very briefly, Chair, I, member of the Executive Council for Finance, Honorable Jacob Mamabolo, table the following motion in terms of Rule 1172A, read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill, that this House adopts the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill for 2023-2024 financial year. I so move.
Can I get a seconder? A seconder to the motion?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. We are now getting to the roll call. And the bell will ring for 3 seconds, but you are breaking only for 5 minutes. And the doors will be closed after 5 minutes, and then we get to the roll call. Sergeant of Arms, can you put the mace down? Thank you very much.
Thank you. 1 minute. 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 1 minute.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Msimang, awukhuze lo muntu wakho lapha. Honorable members, can we have order? Can we start with our meeting? Honorable members, we all know that we will be voting on the appropriation bill, and for us to be able to come to a determination, our names will be called, and when we call your name, if you are for, you say yes. If you are not supporting, you will say no. And during that process, I know the doors are closed. No one must come in. No one must go out. And also there can't be any discussion when we deal with these issues, because at times when you speak, we can't hear properly, and we can't even make a proper determination. And I will request that you bear with me, and we all become orderly. You see, like now, it's so quiet. I can even hear the angel passing by. Yeah. So, colleagues, we are going to be starting. I will therefore request the secretary to read the names.
Speaker, my apologies. Just before you carry on, your name tag still says Honorable Kanyane. I think you would want to change that.
That's not an issue. Okay, colleagues, thank you. That will be changed, but the name will be pronounced properly to the right person. Anyway, I've not received any proposal from Mr. Kanyane. I'm still Mekwe. Thank you very much. Can I therefore request that the secretary read the names? Thank you.
A. Lesufi.
Yes. Supported. Yes.
N. Komora Letlhoko.
Colleagues, there's no reason for you to make noise, please.
L. E. Makubela.
Yes.
M. E. Kumalo.
Yes.
L. I. Maile.
Yes.
K. P. Diale Tlhabela. P. J. Mamabolo.
Yes.
N. M. Tlhaka za Manamela. M. K. Musupe.
Yes.
M. D. Klope.
Yes.
M. K. Chilwani.
Yes.
N. F. Mazibuku.
Nyavu.
T. Mutara.
Yes.
E. S. Malubani. E. S. Malubani. No, it's not. MJ Kanyani.
Yes.
T.E. Mahahula.
Yes.
M.J. Mudise.
MG. Yes.
Sorry. GD Sneeman,
Yes.
WM Macheke,
Yes.
JBC,
Yes.
Dr. B.E. Masuku,
Yes.
B.P. Mkube,
Yes.
Dr. N.E. Muketi,
Yes.
R.J. Kikana,
Yes.
T.B. Munyai,
Yes.
D.P. Malema,
Yes.
D.C. Ledwaba, D.C. Ledwaba, not here. F. Hassan, A. R. Mukhale,
Yes.
Dr. M. R. Paladi Dikhamela,
Yes.
T. Ndlovu,
Yebo ngiyavuma.
B. E. Litswalo,
This thing of you keep on saying doctors, you must say advocate B. Litswalo. Advocate B. Litswalo.
B. E. Litswalo,
Advocate B. Litswalo, yes.
S. Kanyile,
Yes.
S. M. Litsi,
Yes.
M. M. Fikwe,
Yes.
A. Ndlovana,
Yes.
S. T. Simanga,
Yes. S.E. Malobane, yes.
S. T. Simanga,
Yes.
J.
Colleagues,
I think
please.
it's a very warm welcome aboard this airlink service to Cape Town this afternoon. My name is Vaughan. I have the pleasure in flying. To my left
Whoever
the
is
Captain General,
speaking
looking after your
online,
safety,
please,
comfort, and
colleagues
cabin
who are
every
online,
capacity.
please, can you keep quiet, please?
J. V. Bloem,
Yes, yes.
I. E. Mkwevo,
No.
Dolile Dwaba,
A. D.
yes.
W. Alberts,
No.
Advocate.
Bishop D. K. Adams,
Yes.
B. W. Dlamini,
Yes.
A. J. Fuchs,
Yes.
B. A. Engelbert, She said yes. And S. Duplessis,
Yes, Speaker.
Aaron Taker,
Yes.
N. Ramulipu,
Yes.
B. F. Badenost,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
She said yes. She said no.
Continue.
B. F. Badenost,
Continue.
K. Tong,
No.
P. Makwala, and D. Mjokwe,
No.
D. N. Dlankomo,
No.
W. D. Peach,
Yes.
A.M. Randall,
Yes.
R. Robinson, R. Robinson,
Yes.
E.P. Du Plessis,
Yes.
A.W. Sellers,
Yes.
F.P. Nell,
Yes.
J.J. Hoffman,
Yeah.
Nia. A.D. Delanga,
Yeah.
M.A. Masoleng, L. Masilela,
No. Masilela, no.
B. McKenne, N.D. Radebe, M.S. Goma, M.H. Serota,
Yes.
M.S. Chabalala,
Yes.
J. Miller,
Support.
C. Bosch,
Yes.
S.J.P. Dos Santos,
Yes.
N.M. Yaha,
Support.
P.J. Atkinson,
Yes.
We have no audio.
Colleagues, can we announce the results? No vote is 1. Spoiled is 1. And I will explain the spoiled. When you say yes and no, it's a spoiled. No responses, it's 6. The no is 10. The yes is 55. And in the no response, colleagues, can I explain as well? In the no response, it will also indicate those that were quiet, but at a later stage when we called other names, they opened their mics and they said yes. We don't take that. You must say yes at the time when you call your name. So that's the discipline that we want to instill. Thank you very much. Can I request the whips to come in front, to come and sign? Thank you very much, honourable members. We can open the doors. I therefore rule that the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2023 for the 2022-23 financial year has been approved by the House. Thank you very much, colleagues. Can I request the Secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Petition Standing Committee's third quarterly performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Letswalo.
Junior Advocate, do it, Comrade Speaker.
Who's doing it? Oh, okay. The Deputy Advocate Letswalo is Honourable
Thank you
Ndlovu.
very much, Speaker. On behalf of Chairperson of the Petitions Committee, Honourable Letswalo, the committee tables the committee's third quarter performance report for the 22-23 financial year. The late former Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Frin Chinwala, reminds us that, I quote, Democracy requires that citizens should be continuously engaged in governance and interact with those who make decisions, close quote. Our history has not always been kind and equitable to all those that reside in it, but the process of petitioning has always empowered the disenfranchised. The process of petitioning is embedded in the history of the Republic of South Africa. In the 19th century, Amakholwa consistently petitioned the colonial government for fair representation. A notable figure in the vanguard of petitioning was Make Mafuze, who was also the first isiZulu speaker to write a book in isiZulu. He consistently petitioned the colonial government. Over a century later, this simple but yet woke tool of protest is still in use, and fortunately garners better results than it did in the 19th century. Moving forward, the committee will be reporting on the petitions in two fashions. Firstly, on current petitions adopted post the July 2022 balkanization step, and secondly, updating the House on the progress on the balkanized referred petitions. On the key highlights, the balkanization process has resulted in the closure of 195 petitions. The committee achieved a 50% responsive rate. The Department of Human Settlements and Infrastructure Development has consistently improved in their reporting, and the committee commends them on that. The committee implores portfolio committees to play an oversight on the petitions that will be referred to them. New petitions adjudicated. The committee received petitions on a diverse range of issues concerning service delivery and ensures they are given a platform to be considered. During the reporting period, 30 new petitions were adopted. The petitions adopted during the period were referred to the relevant authorities for investigation and reporting. On bulk referrals, as previously reported, the committee completed one phase of its six-part petitions clearance strategy by referring petitions in bulk to relevant authorities. Authorities' reports have been trickling in and at varying rates. The committee is currently reviewing the reports that have been submitted in order to determine a course of action and final decisions on the balkanization process. Currently, there are 251 reports that qualify for closure of 117 petitions, 78 petitions that will be closed and referred to portfolio committees, and 54 ongoing petitions. Once the report review process is completed, closed petitions will be fully reported in the fourth quarter. The committee conducted 3 meetings which focused on tabling and the adoption of reports, adoption of new petitions, deliberations on the resolutions taken by the committee, and consideration of submitted reports for authorities. During the review period, the committee held 2 hearings, the one in City of Tshwane and the other one in Sidibeng corridor. Petitions analysis, the committee adopted the 30 new petitions in the third quarter of the 22-23 financial year. Evaluation of responsiveness, the committee has achieved an impressive 50% responsiveness rate. The committee is pleased with the increased level of compliance by the following departments: Department of Human Settlements and Infrastructure Development, Transport and Logistics, Education and Youth Development. There is a flagrant disregard for reporting by the following departments: Department of COCTA, Department of Community Safety, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, and the Department of Economic Development. The committee implores GPG departments to comply and report accurately in the petitions management section of the standardized oversight, accountability and reporting for the Gauteng province reporting template. As part of the committee's petitions backlog clearance strategy, 657 historical petitions were prepared, printed and handed over to GPG departments on the 25th of July 2022. The table features a table showcase, show petitions and how they each corresponding has been responding to them. On observations and concerns Although significant strides have been made towards encouraging responsiveness, late submission of reports remains a challenge. Most departments do not adhere to the deadlines. On committee recommendations, noting the issues raised in this report, the committee recommends that the leader of the government business must ensure the following and provide the committee with a progress report by the 30th of April in 2023. All GPG departments complete the petitions management section of their quarterly reports accurately and factually. Develop a mechanism to track and hold departments accountable to process petitions timelessly in keeping with the timeframes prescribed in the Petitions Act. Work with COCTA to diagnose the underlying issue that causes the department not develop a coordinated system to collate reports from municipalities. Ever since the department received the bulk of the referrals in July 2022, what is the status of this system development? Why has COCTA not formally reported on the over 300 petitions that were referred to them in July 2022? On acknowledgements, the Chair would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank both the political and administration membership of the committee. And on adoption, in accordance with Rule 164, the Petition Standing Committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Kanyile.
Speaker, I rise to second.
Seconded. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study report on the extent and inspect of commercialization program for smallholder farmer and agri-co processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to members of the legislature and the people of Gauteng. I, Honorable Rufilo Kekana, Chairperson of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby tables the Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study report emanating from the 2021-22 financial year annual report. And Madam Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to be reading be considered as read. On the executive summary, the committee embarked on a focused intervention study focusing on the extent and impact of commercialization program for smallholder farmers and agro-processors. In October 2016, Madam Speaker, the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries issued a draft commercialization selection criterion and invited provinces to make inputs. In 2016-17 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment developed a draft commercialization strategy in consultation with stakeholders in the province. The strategy focuses on the following commodities: livestock, including poultry and piggery, horticulture, grains, and aquaculture. The department, together with DAFF, were then involved in a model that looked at a blended financing. The model encompasses the provision of a comprehensive financing package that involves blending a loan and grant with the objective of stretching the finance to ensure that it covers all aspects of farm operations required at the commercialization scale for each commodity. The committee notes that the department went through its database for smallholder farmers in the province and developed a preliminary list of 50 farmers and 20 agro-processors that would be commercialized. The committee notes that commercial agriculture requires the injection of substantial capital markets for offtake agreements, fighting the onslaught of pests and diseases, as well as hoping that natural disasters do not occur. The Land Bank and Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development aim to deploy 1.95 billion rands over the next 3 years to enable emerging farmers to participate in the mainstream agricultural economy. The need to focus on the commercialization of smallholder farmers stems from the fact that current government farmer support programs have not sufficiently focused on commercializing producers, as well as that black producers have challenges in accessing markets. Furthermore, black producers have challenges in accessing finance and technical support to link with integrated value chains, as well as the lack of skills and capacity to be competitive. The committee further notes that the main aim of the agro-processing strategy is to increase agro-industrialization, increase the processing of raw agricultural materials derived from both within and outside of the province. The province aims to be the agro-processing hub of the country in order to increase the economic benefits derived from raw materials. Gauteng further aims to increase job opportunities to ensure economic transformation and create opportunities for new entrants in the processing sector, in particular for young black entrepreneurs, as well as those entrepreneurs in the peri-urban and rural areas of Gauteng. The objective of the FIS, Madam Speaker, was to unravel the commercialization strategy to determine how it will benefit both farmers and agro-processors. Also to ascertain how it is meant to operate, have an appreciation of the funding model, as well as get a sense of the long-term impact of the strategy. I will move straight to the committee findings. On committee findings and recommendations and implications on lawmaking, the committee undertook the oversight visits, noting reports and all other engagements with the department during the in-year monitoring process. The intention of the committee was to measure the inputs against the outcomes that the department had reported on. The projects initiated by the department were in respect of commercializing farmers and focusing on job creation. On committee recommendations, the progress report updates should be submitted to the committee by the 31st of May 2023. The department must draw up a clear plan with timeframes on how long farmers that are commercialized will be supported. And the department must provide clarity on the criteria used to select farmers that are to be commercialized. The department must also address the various hurdles that have led to a delay in helping to commercialize tea farming, which is one of the farming sites that we visited as the Oversight Committee, and report to the committee quarterly on what steps have been taken to address these challenges. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC for Social Development and Agriculture and Rural Development, Ms. Mbali Hlope, the head of the department, Ms. Kasela, and her team of officials. As the chairperson, I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Kanyane, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Miller, Honorable Engelbrecht, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Ndlovana, and Honorable Makene. Further appreciation goes to the alternate members, Honorable Dos Santos and Honorable Khadebe. It is indeed an honor to lead such a hard-working team, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the support staff for their dedication and hard work. After due consideration, the Economic Development, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the FIS report, which report themed extent and impact of commercialization program for smallholder farmers and agro-processors. In terms of Rule 165, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight FIS report on the extent and impact of commercialization program for smallholder farmers and agro-processors. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Ndlovu.
I rise to second, Member Ndlovu. Thank you.
Honorable Ndlovu seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the examining progress made in relation to the provision of bulk infrastructure in Gauteng Province. Case of Merafong local municipality. Thank you.
Honorable, my program says in Governor. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Alfina Ndlovana, the chairperson of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report emanating from the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2021-2022 financial year on examining of progress made in relation to the provision of the bulk infrastructure in Gauteng, a case study for Merafong Mogale City and Rand West local municipality. The Portfolio Committee noted that in 2015 financial year, a memorandum of cooperation was signed between Premier and municipalities. Subsequent to that, Municipal Council adopted a resolution to support mega project and undertook a budget alignment. The MEC and MMC hold an IGR session as part of the enforcing the intergovernmental relation between the province and the local government. During the annual report for the 2021 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement has, in terms of their target that looks into the rand value of funding facilities for bulk infrastructure per financial year. The department reported that the planned target was 118 million and 134 million value of funding facilities for bulk infrastructure. A submission was made for additional funds, 16 million to be shifted from the non-performing top structure project to the performing bulk infrastructure project. In terms of the mining towns allocation, the additional funding was due to additional scope that was added to the project on completion of the specific phase. Furthermore, the department has since from 2019-2020 financial year transfer funds to Merafong City Local Municipality, Mogale City Local Municipality, and Rand West Local Municipality. A breakdown of the total transfer made to the municipalities are as follows. The transfer in 2019-2020 was 111.3 million. Transfer to 2020-2021 financial year, 78.5 million. Transfer in 2021-2022 financial year was 36 and 98 million, and the transfer for 2022-23 financial year was 30 million. The problem statement, the Portfolio Committee noted that the department is not doing well in terms of achieving targets related to mega projects. Insufficient bulk infrastructure, sanitation, water, and electricity. Bulk infrastructure provision is competency of the municipality. There are funds which has been highlighted above that the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement transferred to the municipality, which should go towards the bulk infrastructure provision. However, this project are still lagging behind. Findings of the focus intervention study, the Rand West municipality, the funding for bulk infrastructure was support bulk requirements for mega project, then Tlome for electricity, sewer, stormwater, and Afri Village. Funding was also used to undertake maintenance work on the water pipelines for Afri Village mega project. Montrose mega project, the project was hampered for more than 2 years due to pending bulk and link sewer to connect and allocate units at 90%. Today, the sewer bulk link has been completed and certified in July 2022 by the municipal, supported by Human Settlement Development Grant Funding. On-site work has started from the 14th November 2022 to connect internal sewer to unit and monitor on a weekly basis. Western Area Borwa, A total of 858 houses are at various milestones of construction, all plated 385, roof 150, and completion 322. About 231 of the 322 above are invaded since September 2021. A court order for eviction was awarded. The invaders appealed the court decision, which was dismissed on the 14th of February with a cost. Subsequent lawyers representing the invaders wrote a letter to the developer attorney indicating they are in the process of filing a petition to the Supreme Court of Appeal. To date, the matter has not sat at the Supreme Court of Appeal. With Merafong City Local Municipality, the Kuzon relocation program is set to have households relocated from dolomite infested area of Old Kuzon. To date, since 2019, bulk electricity has been installed in Kuzon Extension 5, and a project that will support 500 units under construction and 345 of them completed, electrified and allocated to houses relocated from Kuzon Old Township. Bulk water pipeline have been completed and is supported the 500 houses developed. The Brick Valley project with a scope of unit is supported by water and sewer installed. Challenges faced by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement in the implementation of the MECA project, the delivery pace against annual targets, the inadequate bulk infrastructure in terms of water, sewer, and electricity, lack of concrete fundings model, and the project stoppage from the business forum over 30% allocation. Committee finding on the site visit, the portfolio committee conducted an oversight visit to Brick Valley, Dr. Sifularo, in the Mohali City Municipality on examining the progress made in relation to the provision of bulk infrastructure Gauteng provision. A case study, as mentioned, the portfolio committee remained concerned with the issue of the bulk infrastructure in the West Rand, whereas houses are remaining unoccupied because of insufficient bulk infrastructure in the mega project. There is no detailed plan as how the department will ensure that there's funding for the provision of bulk infrastructure. There is nowhere in the report that shows that there is any agreement with other sector department and municipality to tackle the issue of the insufficient bulk infrastructure. The department is running a risk of building houses that are not allocated to the beneficiaries. Brick Valley mega project, the committee noted the expenditure of 119 million and there were no challenges incurred. During the walkabouts and interaction with the beneficiaries, the following were noted. The committee went through the 32 houses allocated to the beneficiaries. During the interaction, the beneficiaries all were happy and satisfied with their houses. The sewer and water are functioning, no electricity, but ESCOM has already installed poles, no roads. The Dr. Sifularo mega project, the committee noted that the project has spent 49 million for the 2022-2023 financial year. Functional site office established sewer manholes, and the municipality reported the challenges of the project was delayed
on recommendations.
Due to
on
COVID.
recommendations, we are running
Yes.
out of time. On recommendations.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Speaker. On the adoption.
Recommendations.
Okay, overall portfolio recommendations. The following are the portfolio committee proposed recommendation. And the recommendations should be submitted by the 28th of April 2023. The department should provide the report on how the decrease will impact on the work that had already commenced to ensure provision of bulk infrastructure in the West Rand. And the department should provide a plan on how completed housing projects are secured while waiting for bulk infrastructure to avoid illegal invasion. The department should provide a comprehensive plan on how the backlog of the outstanding mega units will be completed in the next financial year. The department should provide a clear indication on how funds allocated will be utilized and for which project. The department should put measures in place towards improve and effective interdepartmental coordination on integrated planning and socio-economic amenities. And the department should provide a plan on how to resolve the issue of business forums claiming 30% on the housing project. On acknowledgement, I would
In
like
terms
to
of
acknowledge,
rules, in terms of rules,
okay, on adoption, in accordance,
in terms of rules,
with, I know time is up. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on Women's Settlement present to the House the first focus for adoption. I thank you, Speaker.
thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Mokhale.
I rise to second, Speaker.
Honorable Mokhale seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes of it, the report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Education Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the assessing the implementation of school information, communication, technology and e-learning program in Gauteng schools. Thank
Honorable BC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll take the areas that I'm not going to read as read. The purpose of the FIS was to assess the level of support provided to schools that declared full ICT in the province. The implementation of the ICT schools in the Department of Education is geared towards the following: improvement of quality teaching and learning, improve education outcomes, enhance teaching quality, access to materials, learner engagement and school administration by training teachers and introducing devices and smart software in the classrooms. The focus intervention study had also specific objectives as follows: to outline the kind of support that the GDE provides to schools in the province, to examine the effectiveness of the support provided by the GDE to schools, to examine the principals, educators, learners, and technical staff as opinion in support that is provided by the department, to determine whether the program provides and is provided in the implementation according to the set standard, to explore the level of training and capacity provided to the schools. The committee welcomed the report from the department and noted gaps that affect the implementation of the ICT and e-learning programs in schools, especially public ordinary schools. The committee noted that the department has developed strategies for what good education systems look like and how ICT will enable transformation in our province. The committee further noted that the department's priority focuses on access to relevant curriculum offerings through school of specialization, technical high schools and special schools, while also prioritize the fourth industrial revolution, ICT and e-learning, the GDE ICT strategy, which aims to deliver the ICT to every class and includes connectivity, content capacity, infrastructure, support and innovation. With regard to the contents, the department has developed the content for FET gateways and highway enrollments. With regard to training and support, the department acknowledges that in order to enable e-learning, extensive teacher training and comprehensive technology solution will need to be rolled out in the classrooms and at all levels of our schools. With regard to the connectivity, the department intended the provision of permanent connectivity solutions to schools, for example, the wide area network and the local area network. In the absence of the permanent connectivity solutions, the department reported that They provide mobile APN solution to schools. The committee noted the challenges presented by the department, especially with regard to the ICT devices challenges, delay in classroom conversion, budget constraints, and poor retrieval of learners' devices in various schools. High cost on retrieval, repairs, refreshing, reloading, and redistributions of devices. Out of warranty devices that are still in schools due to insufficient resources to replace them. The committee embarked on an announced visit, oversight visit to the following schools, Speaker, for verification of information provided by the department. We visited Kagiso Secondary School, we visited Tutopili Secondary School, we visited Pumulong Secondary School, we visited Dr. Herikwala Secondary School, we visited Sishihong Secondary Schools. On Thursday of the 1st September 2022, the committee held a stakeholder engagement session with its primary stakeholder comprising of school principals, ICT coordinators, organizations within the sector and the community at large to receive input on how best the committee can assist the department to implement the ICT and e-learning program in Gauteng schools. The committee further noted that some schools experience challenges with faulty chargers, dongle connectivities in some areas. Repairs can take up to a month before it is sorted out, and there is a need for the latest editions of textbooks on these particular devices. On committee's concerns, with respect to infrastructure, the committee noted the following. Schools built with ATC temporary structures did not meet the prerequisite of a full ICT schools. With respect to provision of ICT resources, the committee noted the following, that schools are complaining of late deliveries, service providers are not meeting the deadline as required. The turnaround time for repairs is taking longer than expected. With respect to the content on the learners' tablets, the committee noted the following, the tablets are not fully user-friendly, as some of the schools complain about the language on these particular devices. On the committee's recommendation, the committee recommends that the department put plans in place to build with a brick and mortar structures for a full ICT schools as this will augment issues of safety and security. That the department to establish a permanent ICT personnel in all full ICT schools to curb the delays. That the department to install adequate, user-friendly and latest content, software editions, learners' tablets and teachers' laptops. With acknowledgement, Speaker, the Portfolio Committee of Education wish to thank the MEC for Education, Honorable Matume Shilwane, and his senior officials for the presentation of the budget, substantial and sustained effort that they've made to inform the Portfolio Committee on the details and information with regard to the assessing the implementation of the ICT and e-learning programs in the Gauteng schools. The chairperson would like to thank all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for their dedication and support during the process. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank all the staff members for their commitment they have shown during the FIS process. On adoption in accordance with Rule 165, the Education Portfolio Committee chairperson hereby recommends that the report of the Gauteng Department of Education's FIS report be adopted by the House, taking into account the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in this report. Ndolebonga Manda.
Any seconder to the report? Honorable Mukhale.
I rise to second, Speaker.
Honorable Mukhale seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes of it, the report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Social Development Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the implication of the termination of non-profit organization funding on the provision of the service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokgethi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. May I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to read be considered by the House as tabled? I, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee-focused intervention study report of the Department of Social Development for the 2021-2022 financial year as follows. On the background, there has been a continuous engagement between the committee, NPOs, and the department regarding the unending challenges around delays in the payment on NPOs. NPO's termination of funding by the department, amongst others. Whilst the committee supports the termination of funding to NPOs if there is sufficient evidence that warrants such termination, the continuity of service delivery, especially where the suspended NPOs were operating, must be explored. The committee has also engaged some of the municipalities on their role in assisting NPOs to fully comply with municipal bylaws. In view of the report under review, it was evident that some of the identified areas were still not resolved. Since the department relies on NPOs in effective implementation of its mandate, it cannot be ignored when NPOs are found to be non-compliant and experiencing suspension of their subsidies. It is against the above backdrop that the committee proposed to undertake the FIS to explore the implications of the termination of NPOs funding on the provision of service delivery. On the aims and objectives of the FIS is to examine the implications of the provision of services in areas where service of funded NPOs were terminated, to investigate the intervention strategies implemented by the department to ensure that service delivery is uninterrupted, to examine the possible reasons for the suspension of NPOs, to investigate the role of municipalities in assisting NPOs to function and meet all the necessary requirements for funding. On committee concerns, Madam Speaker, the committee is concerned with the continuity of service delivery to beneficiaries when NPOs is suspended, lack of adequate process and effective controls over the NPOs in relation to utilization of funds for intended purposes, and in line with the signed service level agreement. The department gets involved in personal squabbles between NPOs, which at the end compromise its intervention. Service delivery has been compromised in most of these areas where NPOs whose funding was suspended. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends the following and requests for responses by the 28th of April 2023. The department should consider assisting the suspended NPOs on conditional basis, especially with goods and services, until such time that they meet all the requirements for funding. The department should engage with the Department of Infrastructure with a view to identifying unused government premises in areas closer to where the non-compliant NPOs is situated. Review of the criteria the department utilizing to fund NPOs, because there are instances where NPOs without approved building plans are funded, whilst others with same gaps are not funded but meeting other requirements. Review the Principal Act on the consideration of the engineer report on the validation of building plans as part of shortening the challenges faced through municipalities. Explore what warrants conditional registration based on the programs that are provided by NPO. Look into the NPOs. We must also look into the training on child and youth care workers before they are funded. Review criteria used by the department to select NPOs to form part of the learnership programs for child and youth care workers. The training and monitoring of the department should separate issues and make sure that the NPOs are not penalized on issues that are beyond their control. Since some of these NPOs were catering for more than 4 wards in their communities, and it is further recommended that the department should assist the NPOs to comply and not to resort to cutting or stopping their funding. On acknowledgement, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development wishes to thank the Tukoms Res Workshop for the Disabled, the Thafes Young Minds, Takalani Home for the Disabled, Bokamoso Skills Development Center, Hope for the Hopeless, Kukanong Project Center, Ahasichaba, Save an African Child, Unique for You, Yabana Center, Mohau Center, and Lesedi Community Knowledge Center for availing themselves and participating in the roundtable discussion and providing valuable information. I would also like to express my appreciation to the members of the committee, Member T. Magagula, R. Mseche, R. Kekana, B. Engelbrecht, B. Badenhorst, J. Miller, and D. Adams for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberations on the focus intervention study. I also would like to acknowledge the MEC, Honorable Hlope, and the HOD and other staff members, including the support staff of the committee, Ms. A. Mjaka, Mr. S. Ngwala, Ms. Z. Mpanjwambalo, Ms. S. Nenweli, Ms. N. Jikolo, Ms. L. Mantata, Mr. J. Muloi, Ms. T. Nzuge, Ms. D. Ngwenya, Ms. N. Klebi, and Mr. K. Kulu, and H. Ngobeni for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption of the report, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development unanimously adopted the FIS report on the Gauteng Department of Social Development arising from the annual report for 2020-2021 financial year in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 165. The committee hereby recommends that this report be adopted by the House, taking into account the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Kekana?
I, Refilwe Kekana, rise to second the report. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. The report is adopted by the House. Can I request Honorable Whips to assist us? We only have 27 members who are in the House. It's not even half of ordinary members that are supposed to be here. I know that a number of colleagues might be outside. If they can come back, because we can't prove that those that are joining online are really there. So we depend on those that are physically here. Because they are quiet, they're not saying anything, it might happen that they are just joining, but they're not in the meeting. So can you help us? Yeah, but
We are here.
Okay.
We are here.
Honorable Lima, if you can help us, those that are outside, they must come in, please. We're adopting reports. Thank you. Can we have the next report? Can you next order?
Thank you once more, Speaker. The next report is the Health Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study, report on assessing factors contributing to procurement of goods over 500,000 without competitive bidders.
Honorable Dr. Paladi Khamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I request that parts of the report that I will not be able to read here be considered as read by the House. On overall assessment, the committee observed that in terms of consignments, and machine-specific matters, Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital and Steve Biko Academic Hospital have similar challenges. For example, one of the major contributory factors towards deviation was that Dr. George Mukari Hospital, whereby the laundry at the facility is outdated and past its prime time. Therefore, the hospital needed private laundry services so that they continue to have supply of linen in the hospital. At the same time, there is malfunctioning machinery at the Masakane laundry services that was running at a minimal capacity all the time. The cost of this deviation amounted to 5,280,000, hence deviation. On the other hand, one noted deviation of 1 million for Steve Biko Academic Hospital, appointing TechMed as the exclusive supplier for cath lab maintenance. The institution required machine servicing and maintenance, which were obtained from the single source. For both facilities, the following issues were noted to be contributing to products being procured without competitive bidding at those two medical facilities: stock on consignment without a purchase order, repeatable orders of less than 500,000 within the CEO delegation, machine-specific items such as compatibility of machine components, service provider payments being delayed. The committee noted that regarding the consignment goods, a doctor can only make a decision on the appropriate item or equipment in terms of shape, size, length, diameter, form, etc., while the patient is being operated and is on the operating table at that point in time, so that the correct size, the correct length, the correct diameter can be ordered. On each year, Steve Biko Academic Hospital identifies the procedures that call for these kinds of items and solicits quotes from 3 or more providers. 3 are then awarded a 1-year contract to stock their products so that they are available in their shelves. In the Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital, the supply chain management will place an urgent order for equipment only at the time when patient is waiting in the operating room. The committee is concerned that both hospitals expressed concerns regarding the performance of the local SMMEs in terms of product quality and turnaround time. The committee decided that bigger established companies needed to upskill and transfer expertise to local SMMEs. On committee findings and recommendations, Madam Speaker, the permanent deviation because of unknown requirements or specific pieces of equipment to finish a procedure, as well as medical equipment repair that may occur as an emergency. That's the committee finding where there is a permanent deviation. As healthcare facilities may only procure up to R1 million, the centralization of the procurement delegations at the central office results in a poor procurement services and management by the provincial office. The poor turnaround time for medical equipment that require maintenance and repairs, and lack of training and transfer of skills from established companies to thriving SMME remains a finding. And the recommendation, the committee urges the department to provide thorough solutions by not later than 30th of April 2023 on the following: a strategy to deal with consignments and permanent deviations, as this will seek to eliminate irregular expenditure that often occur due to such deviations in these facilities, especially the central hospitals. A thorough evaluation of procurement being entrusted to healthcare institutions in order for them to properly manage their own procurement processes. A strategy that incorporates a solution for dealing with the long waiting times for medical equipment that needs maintenance and repair. A precise approach for boosting local SMMEs and guaranteeing capacity transfer from established companies. On acknowledgement, Honorable Speaker, me, the chairperson, wishes to thank the Honorable MEC for Health and Wellness, Honorable Nomantu Nkomoral Hoko and her team, led by the acting HOD, Mr. Arnold Lisiba Malotana, for the preparation of the FIS presentation and efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by honorable members. Highly appreciated is the role of the committee members of the Portfolio Committee of Health and Wellness for their dedication and commitment, and they are the following: Member Litsie, Member Mfikwe, Member Bloom, Member Fuchs, Member Duplessis, Member Machene, and Member Khadebe. I also would like to acknowledge the support staff led by Z. Panchwambalo and Senior Researcher S. Ninweli, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. Ngidi, Researcher Dr. Mukonoto, the Committee Coordinator Ms. N. August, Committee Administrator Team Somi, Mr. Aingobo, Service Officer, and Mr. Nzibande, Information Officer, and Buthelezi, Public Participation Officer, and A. Mukoka, Communications Officer, and Hansa Staff M. Makwela. On adoption, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on Health and Wellness recommends that the FIS report on assessing factors contributing to procurement of goods of over 500,000 without competitive bidders emanating from the 2021-2022 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness be adopted by the House, taking into account the recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Madam Speaker, Member Bloom seconding the report.
Honorable Bloom seconding. I can feel that we are there. The report is seconded. Can I therefore put a question? All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Health Portfolio.
Thank you. Oh, am I fast?
Health Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study Report on assessing whether Gauteng hospitals have the capacity to carry minor infrastructure maintenance projects.
Honorable Dr. Paladi Dikhamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. While noting the presentations and debates with Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness, as well as the hospital facilities that were visited by the committee, it is concerning that all facilities are dissatisfied with the service provided by Department of Infrastructure in terms of minor infrastructure repairs. All facilities expressed concern about the lengthy turnaround time as associated with basic repairs such as replacing a globe or repairing a toilet. Therefore, it implies the hospital or the facility may be forced to operate without working ablution facilities for an extended period of time. Minor maintenance such as replacing a light bulb, closing a pothole in the hospital passageways, cracks in the walls, and so on, have repercussions for patient safety, because at the same time, infection harbors in those cracked walls. Another source of concern was lack of communication between the facility management personnel and the DID-appointed contractors. The committee observed inescapable divide caused by the two departments' silo mindset. This necessitates attention and rectification. Since both departments should be working together to monitor contractors on site in order to provide a better service, the committee is concerned that the facilities maintenance budget for all facilities is shrinking year after year. All facilities expressed concern in this respect. These are the hospitals that were visited. Even going so far as to urge that workshops or stores stocking goods needed for simple maintenance be reinstalled at all facilities. All of the facilities visited, with the exception of Telemogwerane Hospital, were erected many years ago and are dilapidated. It is only reasonable that the department ensures that such facilities are effectively maintained while preparing for the repair or construction of new facilities. This is the DID which must do this work. The findings and recommendations by the committee. The committee acknowledges that the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure's model of minor infrastructure repairs and projects in health facilities was motivated by material conditions at the time of that time, but it is no longer effective now. That healthcare facilities currently do not have the capacity to perform minor infrastructure repairs, since this necessitates the appropriate expertise and increased budget resources. The Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness must conduct a cost-effective study on the potential of insourcing minor infrastructure maintenance in hospital facilities, as well as ascertaining what resources are required to carry out this function. On condition that there is sufficient budget to look at capacitating facilities to give ability to manage this task, recognizing that this would necessitate a review of the organizational structure. The committee the committee recommends that the department should provide a detailed report by the 30th of April 2023. This time is the Department of Health, because they must get information from DID that needs to address the findings of the portfolio committee as detailed above. On acknowledgement, me, the chair, wishes to thank the Honorable MEC for Health and Wellness, Honorable Nomantung Komorale-Huku, and her team, led by the acting HOD, Mr. Arnold Lisiva Malotana, for the preparation of this focus intervention study presentation and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions that were raised by honorable members of the portfolio of Health and Wellness. Highly appreciated is the role of the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee of Health and Wellness for their dedicated and commitment. Honorable Litsie, Honorable Mfikwe, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Duplessis, Honorable Machene, and Honorable Khadel. I would like to acknowledge the support staff led by Z. Panchwambalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. Ninweli, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ngidi, Researcher, Dr. Mukonoto, the Committee Coordinator, Ms. N. August, Committee Administrator, Tembi Msomi, Mr. Aingobo, Service Officer, and Mr. W. Sibante, Information Officer, as well as Mr. N. Butelezi, Public Participation Officer, also with Mr. A. Mukoka, Communications Officer, and Hansard staff, Mr. M. Makwela. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on Health and Wellness recommends that the FIS report on assessing whether the Gauteng hospitals have the capacity to carry minor infrastructure maintenance projects emanating from the 2020-2021 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness be adopted by this August House, taking into account the recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Seconder to the report.
I second Member Bloom.
Honorable Bloom seconding. Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Focused Interventions Study Report on Assessment of the Implementation of the Mzansi Libraries Online ICT Libraries Project in Gauteng.
Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read by the House. The committee, the portfolio committee of sports, recreation, arts and culture hereby tables the committee focus intervention study oversight report on an assessment of the implementation of the Mzansi Libraries online ICT project in Gauteng. The purpose of this FIS was to establish how far the ICT project has been implemented by independently verifying what has been reported by the department and find out successes and challenges regarding access to internet by community members where the libraries are located. Furthermore, the committee wanted to assess whether the department monitors the expenditure of the funds granted to ascertain if they are utilized for their intended purposes. The findings of the study revealed that there are challenges in the implementation of the Mzansi Libraries online program of the department. It seems like the department did not plan properly for the implementation of this program, resulting in the challenges experienced as indicated above. The safety and theft of the equipment in some libraries is a serious concern, thus hindering the implementation of this program. It looks like the department did not plan for human resource aspects of the implementation of this program. This is because it was reported that in some libraries, the staff refused to take the extra performance area without proper labor and compensation issues addressed, which then compromised the implementation of the program. It is further concerning to the committee that most libraries have registered maintenance issues such as non-functional lights, poor network connections, non-functional air conditioners. It was further concerning to learn that to learn about the stolen 30 computers from the ICT center of the library in Stanza Bupape Library. The committee therefore concluded that the implementation of Mzansi Libraries online program has not been successfully implemented. Though some libraries have received the equipment, but they have not started using them due to safety concerns, as the department is yet to mount them and procure safety gadgets in collaboration with different municipalities. It is further noted that some libraries mentioned in the department's report has not received the equipment as reported. On concerns, the committee concerns are as follows. The state of security in libraries compromising the safety of the equipment meant to increase access to information to communities. The 30 stolen computers from the ICT Center library of the Stanza Bupape Library online. Most libraries have registered maintenance issues such as non-functional lights, poor network, and issues of air conditioner. Internet connectivity in most libraries was reported as a big challenge. The department has established that the Phosphorus Library is unsafe to use because of the dolomitic land that has caused serious cracks. The library is therefore awaiting demolition. On recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should provide the committee with a security plan for the libraries by the 31st of May 2023, provide the committee with a comprehensive report regarding the 30 stolen computers from the ICT center of the library at Stanza Bupape by the 31 May 2023, provide the committee with a maintenance plan for all libraries in the province by 31 May 2023, address the internet connectivity issues for libraries, including plans for when there is load shedding to ensure that services are not interrupted, to provide a status report by the 31st of May 2023, to provide the committee with demolition plans for Phosphorus Library and the financial implications thereof by the 31st of May 2023. On acknowledgements, the committee wishes to thank the Honorable MEC, the acting HOD and senior officials for their participation in the FIS process. The committee or the chairperson further extends his appreciation for the dedication and commitment shown during the process by all members of the committee. The committee also thanks the legislature support staff for their role throughout this process on adoption in accordance with Rule 117-2C read together with Rule 165. The Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the focus intervention study emanating from the annual report of the department for 2021-22 financial year on the assessment of the implementation of the Mzansi Libraries online ICT project in Gauteng be adopted by the House, taking into account committee consents and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second, Honorable Speaker, Member Adams.
Okay. Honorable Adams, seconding the report. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Economic Development Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on revisiting infrastructure projects marred by protracted delays, assessing progress at the Biopark Phase 3, Jewelry Manufacturing Precinct and Visitor Center.
Honorable Sheke.
Thank you very much, Combi Speaker. May I request the part of the report that I'm not going to read be considered as tabled. I'm going to focus on the executive summary, concerns, recommendations, as well as the acknowledgement and adoption. The Portfolio Committee undertook a focused intervention study in line with the sector oversight model for the annual report processes, focusing on the economic infrastructure. The focus was on the Gauteng Growth Development Agency and its subsidiaries with respect to the completion project within the Jewelry Manufacturing Precinct at the OR Tambo International Airport Industrial Development Zone, Biopark Phase 3 project at the Innovation Hub and the Visitor Center project at the Constitutional Hill. Therefore, the committee recommends its concerns with the following: optimal utilization of the budget allocated to these projects until completion. Therefore, the committee recommends the following: that the budget allocated for this project, namely the Biopark Phase 3 at the THI, the Jewelry Manufacturing Precinct at the OR Tambo IDZ, and the Visitor Center at the Constitutional Hill, should be utilized appropriately until completion and on a quarterly basis. I would like to therefore acknowledge all members and the MEC for their due diligence during the process of the focused intervention study. Therefore, I will move to the adoption. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the FIS report in terms of Rule 117, 2 read together with Rule 165. The committee presents to this House that all concerns and recommendations be adopted by the House. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Matsake. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Letia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the report.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Colleagues, that concludes the business for the day, but I wish to actually congratulate our intern, Ms. Dineo Mukhaditswe, who is sitting here in front. She's our intern, and we have done so well. So, colleagues, I'm sure you all know that at times we complain about interns that might be used to do tea and carry our bags. But you can see that the intern in training, she has a law degree, and she's being mentored by Ms. Jenny. Thank you very much, Jenny, for mentoring our intern. Colleagues, the date for the next meeting will be announced soon, because the programming committee meeting will be meeting immediately after the sitting and agree on the program for the next term. Thank you, Honorable Mukwebo. Thank you. I said the date for the next meeting will be announced soon, because the programming committee will be meeting soon. The House is now adjourned.
you.